be 6 weeks either way.
Can you just put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, once you're seated and comfortable, can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Allison Lane, Lane.
Okay, prosecutor, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Lane.
Good morning.
Where are you employed?
The New Jersey State Police Office of Forensic Sciences.
And what is your title there?
I'm a forensic scientist 2, assigned to the Forensic Serology Unit.
Okay. And which lab do you work out of in particular?
Central Laboratory in Hamilton, Mercer County.
In a nutshell, can you tell us what it is that you do as a forensic scientist 2, particularly with regard to serological testing?
I analyze evidence for biological fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva.
Now, in that regard, what is your role in the process of DNA analysis?
I try to identify and isolate potential biological stains that can be forwarded to DNA from potential blood, semen, and saliva.
Because DNA cannot be found if there's no biological staining or material, is that right?
Yes.
So your job is essentially to look for that on a piece of evidence?
Yes.
Now, sometimes do you swab for something called E-cells?
Yes.
What is that?
E-cells, it stands for epithelial cells, which are skin cells.
Now, are there certain broad responsibilities that you have when you receive a case to work on, in particular with regard to the chain of custody?
Yes.
And what is that?
We are required to maintain the chain of custody. It's an electronic document of where the evidence is at all times in the laboratory.
Okay. We'll talk more about that momentarily, but I'd like to discuss your educational and professional background. I'm going to show counseling you what's been marked as S438. May I approach, Judge?
You can.
I'm showing you S438. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is my CV.
Okay. And did you prepare that?
Yes, I did.
Is it 3 pages?
It is.
Can you provide the jury with the benefit of your educational background?
I earned a Bachelor's of Science degree from the Pennsylvania State University in Science and a Master's degree from Rutgers University in Microbiology and Molecular Genetics.
Now, chronologically, can you take us through your professional experience and summarize what you did in each role?
I have always been employed in the Forensic Serology Unit at the New Jersey State Police Office of Forensic Sciences. I started in May of 2003 as a chemist trainee. Then I was promoted to a chemist, then to a Forensic Scientist 1, and now as a Forensic Scientist 2.
Okay. And can you just explain the difference between a Forensic Scientist 1 and 2 with regard to your role?
A Forensic Scientist 2 does the same as a Forensic Scientist 1, but is also required for doing peer review and administrative review of other analyst casework, and is responsible for training new hires into the unit that they work in.
Now, what is peer review?
The peer review is a review of the laboratory case file to make sure that all of the procedures and protocols were followed in that particular case.
So, for example, when you do your work, do you conduct a report?
Yes.
And then does each report get peer reviewed by somebody else?
Yes.
So what is that peer reviewer looking for?
They're making sure that they agree with all the analysis, that all the procedures and protocols were followed for a particular case, and if they were to analyze the case, they would follow the same testing scheme.
Now, do you also peer review others' work?
I do.
Do you hold a certification in biological stain identification?
I do.
And when did you receive that certification?
In March of 2004.
What were the requirements to receive that certification?
It was a 9-month to a year process where I learned all the procedures and protocols under a senior level forensic scientist. I had to do 2 written exams, 2 practical exams, and a moot court before I could do independent casework.
Now, do you have to undergo periodic proficiency testing?
Yes.
And what is that?
Proficiency test is a yearly test that is a mock case with a known target value. I treat it like a regular case, and I have to obtain the target value to maintain my certification.
And are you in good standing with all of your proficiency testing to date?
Yes.
Now, is the New Jersey State Police Lab accredited?
Yes.
By whom?
By the American National Accreditation Board. It's ANAB.
Okay. And what does it mean, in a nutshell, to be accredited?
It means that we are following all the guiding principles that the accrediting body, they come in, they look at all of our procedures and protocols and make sure that we're doing what they're saying that we should be doing.
Are you a member of any professional organizations?
Yes.
What are those?
I'm a member of the New Jersey Association of Forensic Scientists, as well as the New Jersey Homicide Investigators Association.
Now, have you worked daily in the fields of serological analysis, specifically biological stain identification, since you became certified?
Yes.
Could you estimate the number of times that you've analyzed a piece of evidence for the presence of biological fluids and/or stains?
It would be tens of thousands.
Have you ever testified in Superior Court as an expert in the field of forensic serology/biological stain identification?
Yes.
In what jurisdictions?
In 17 of the 21 counties in New Jersey and one time in Pennsylvania.
Now, how many times have you qualified as an expert in Superior Court in that field?
Over 165.
Judge, at this time, the state would seek to offer this witness as an expert in the field of forensic serology, specifically biological stain identification.
Anybody here? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a while. Okay. As a general rule, witnesses can only testify to facts known by them. This rule ordinarily does not permit to be received as evidence the opinion of a witness who is not testifying as an expert. However, an exception to this rule exists in the case of an expert witness who may give their opinion as to any matter in which they are versed, which is material to the case. In legal terminology, an expert witness is a witness who has some special knowledge, skill, experience, or training that is not possessed by the ordinary juror, and who thus may be able to provide assistance to the jury in understanding the evidence presented and determine the facts in this case. You are not bound by such expert's opinion, but you should consider the opinion and give it the weight to which you deem it is entitled, whether that be great or slight, or you may reject it. In examining an expert opinion, you may consider the reasons given for it, if any, and you may also consider the qualifications and credibility of the expert. It is always within the special function of the jury to determine whether the facts on which the answer or testimony of an expert is based actually exist. The value or weight of the opinion of the expert is dependent upon, and is no stronger than, the facts on which it is based. In other words, the probative value of the opinion will depend upon whether, from all of the evidence in the case, you find those facts are true. You may, in fact, determine from the evidence in this case that the facts that form the basis of the opinion are true, or not true, or true only in part. And in light of such findings, you should decide what effect you should decide what effect such determination has upon the weight to be given to the opinion of the expert. Your acceptance or rejection of the expert opinion will depend, therefore, to some extent, on your findings as to the truth of the facts relied upon. You and you alone are the sole fact finders of the case. You must be persuaded solely by the evidence presented at trial while determining whether the state has satisfied its burden. My face must be frozen. I can't speak today. I'm sorry. As the sole judges of the facts, you are to determine the credibility of the various witnesses, as well as the weight to be afforded to their testimony, to determine whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt all the elements of the crimes charged. With that being said, I'll accept this witness as an expert in the field of forensic serology, specifically biological stain identification. Go ahead, counsel.
Could you tell the jury how evidence gets received into the lab?
A law enforcement agency, such as a local police department or a prosecutor's office, brings evidence to the evidence receiving unit at the laboratory. At that time, a unique laboratory case number is assigned to that particular case, and an evidence receipt is generated. That evidence receipt has a summation of the crime that's being charged, and it itemizes every piece of evidence that is coming into that laboratory. The evidence then goes into the vault where it's stored until it is ready for analysis.
So when the submitting agency brings a piece of evidence or multiple pieces of evidence, that will have the agency's case number on it?
Yes.
And then it gets a unique laboratory case number, is that right?
Yes.
And then is there a yellow laboratory sticker that goes onto that piece of evidence?
Yes.
Okay, and then you indicated that an evidence receipt is generated, is that right?
Yes.
And that evidence receipt will have the agency case number as well as your unique lab number, is that correct? Do I have that right?
Yes.
How is it that you, as the serologist, would be assigned a particular case?
When I need cases to work on in the laboratory, I go to the case manager. I'm given that evidence receipt that was generated at submission. I take that receipt to the vault where an evidence handler gives me the evidence and scans it into my custody to maintain that chain of custody.
And what steps do you take to protect the integrity of the evidence that you receive?
In the laboratory, there are examination rooms where only one case is worked on at a time, only one item is worked on at a time. If there's multiple sources in a particular case, if there's items from a scene 1 and a scene 2, those are processed in different locations in the laboratory. The rooms are cleaned with bleach and ethanol, the tabletops with bleach and ethanol prior to and at the end of analysis. The floors are vacuumed. I have to wear a hairnet, face mask, safety goggles, lab coat, and gloves as well.
Now, do you, as the forensic serologist, do you do different types of testing depending on what you're looking for in terms of blood, saliva, semen, etc.?
Yes.
What are the current testing methods that your lab utilizes for the testing of blood?
The laboratory uses the Kastle-Meyer test, the presumptive test for blood.
Can you explain to the jury how the Kastle-Meyer test works?
3 different reagents are applied to a suspected blood stain. And if it turns bright pink within 6 seconds after the addition of that 3rd reagent, it indicates that blood may be present.
Now, when you swab something for E-cells, which you talked about a little bit about earlier, how do you do that? What does that entail?
Sterile swabs from the laboratory are moistened with some deionized water, and the area that is being targeted for potential skin cells, usually it's where it'd be high contact with the skin, is then swabbed with those swabs and then forwarded to DNA for further testing.
And do you make the determination as to what gets forwarded over to DNA depending on the results of your testing?
Yes.
Now, when you perform a test on something, so for example, a swab, does the entire swab get sent over to DNA?
No, only a portion of that swab would be forwarded to DNA.
And then similarly, how about if you cut something to analyze? Would that be sent over to DNA, or would the whole piece of evidence be sent over? How does it work?
If there is a stain on a large item, then only a portion of that stain is forwarded to DNA.
Now, once you complete your testing and analysis, do you create a written report?
Yes.
And is that report dated?
Yes.
And does it have your signature on it?
Yes.
And how about the unique lab number that's assigned to the case?
Yes.
Okay. And is it ultimately peer or tech reviewed?
It is.
Okay. Will it have that individual's initials on it that peer or tech reviewed it?
Yes.
And do you take notes as well in addition when you're doing your testing?
Yes.
And would those notes also have that unique case number on it?
Yes.
Are there times when certain items come to you that wouldn't necessarily be tested by serology but would nonetheless be sent over to DNA for testing?
Yes.
And what are those items?
Specifically, DNA references that are submitted to the laboratory are not analyzed in the forensic serology unit. Those are known samples from an individual, and they're used for the DNA comparison in the DNA laboratory.
So typically like a buccal swab or a cheek swab?
Yes.
Now, when items come in from the submitting agency to the lab, are they itemized in terms of the chronology of the ordering of the numbers that they receive? So let me ask a better question. For example, if you get 5 pieces of evidence submitted by an agency, on the evidence property receipt that the lab creates, are those items itemized?
Yes, they are.
And how would they be itemized?
They're itemized based on the submitting agency department case number, item number.
Okay. And then when you perform testing on that particular item, are there sub-numbers that are assigned?
Depending upon the piece of evidence, yes.
Okay, so for example, if a piece of evidence comes in and you swab it, and the piece of evidence is number 1, would the swab then become 1-1?
Yes.
And then when you cut a piece of that swab and send that piece of the swab over to DNA, is that piece now 1-1-1?
It is.
Okay, so there's a lot of numbers that are involved, right?
Yes.
Now, did you have occasion to examine multiple items of evidence submitted to you by the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office with respect to this particular case, State of New Jersey versus Caneiro?
I did.
Was evidence submitted from the prosecutor's office under essentially two different case numbers?
It was.
Okay, and did one case number correspond to the Ocean Township scene?
Yes.
And did one case number correspond to evidence taken from the Colts Neck scene?
Yes.
Now, did evidence come in under each of these two different numbers on one day or multiple days?
Multiple days.
And did you prepare reports for each batch of evidence that came into you that you received?
When I analyzed evidence, yes.
So it's fair to say you have multiple reports in this case under each lot number?
I do.
I'm showing counsel, and I will show you what's been marked as S410, S439, and S433A. We'll go through each one at a time. Now, if you could, let's start with S410. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is the evidence receipt for laboratory case number C18-10138, dated November 23rd, 2018.
Does it indicate who the person was that dropped off the evidence listed on there?
Yes.
Who is that?
Detective Nicholas Canalona.
Now, how many items are listed on that evidence receipt?
9.
Can you just go through each of them for us?
Item number 1 is a FTA card from Jennifer Caneiro. Item number 2 is an FTA card from Jesse Caneiro. Item number 3 is an FTA card from Sophia Caneiro. Item number 4 is an FTA card from Keith Caneiro. Item number 5 is listed as a swab of handle of knife. Number 6, swab of handle of knife. Number 7, swab of handle of knife. Number 8, swab of handle from knife. And number 9, knife with black handle.
An FTA card is what?
It is another known sample. It's a blood spot card that is used for DNA comparison purposes.
I'm approaching with items S339, 340, 341, and 342. Start with S339. If I'm going to ask you if you recognize that.
I have never seen the FDA cards before.
Okay, so they didn't come to you. They went straight to DNA. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Got it. Okay, so I would take those back. Now, when they go to DNA, when they're submitted, are they submitted in the same area that the other evidence is submitted?
Yes, all evidence comes in through the evidence receiving unit and then is stored in the vault.
Okay, so just to be clear, actually, let's look at your report. If you could, please turn to S439. What number does that your report start with?
Number 5.
Number 5. Okay. And just to be clear, the reason the FTA cards or the buccal swabs wouldn't come to you is because it's pretty clear that there's DNA on it, so there's no testing for you to perform.
Correct. It's a known sample. I only analyze evidence that's questioned.
Okay. I'm showing counsel, and I will show you S314, 315, 316, and 317. I'm going to ask you, just again, if you could, to take a look at S439.
S439, yes.
And what is that?
That's the laboratory report that I authored for C18-10138, dated November 26, 2018.
Okay, and that was that peer reviewed?
Yes.
Okay, and in particular, what number does your lab report start with?
5.
5, okay. And 5 corresponds to what?
For S410, 5 is a swab of handle from knife.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you, and I just showed you up there, if you can please look at S314 first. And what is that?
This is laboratory number 8.
Okay, and in particular, do you know what that is?
It is listed as a swab of blade of knife on the packaging.
Okay, and is it listed as A?
Adhesive marker A, yes.
S315, what is that?
This is laboratory number 6, and it is listed as a swab of blade of knife, adhesive marker B.
S316?
This is item number 7, and it is listed as swab of handle of knife, adhesive marker C.
Okay, and S317, please.
This is laboratory number 5, and it is listed as swab of handle of knife, adhesive marker D.
Okay, and the unique laboratory number that is on your report is what?
C18-10138.
And is that same unique laboratory number on each of those swabs that you just testified to?
Yes.
Okay, so when we hear the number ending in 38, we're dealing with the Colts Neck scene, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to look at S439, which is your report. Now, which items on there did you perform testing on?
I performed testing on all the items on the report.
Okay. In particular, can you take us through the report starting with item 5?
I performed the Castlemeyer test on item number 5.
And what were the results of that?
I was unable to detect any potential blood on it, but a portion was forwarded to DNA for further testing.
Okay. How about number 6?
Number 6 was also tested for the presumptive test for blood. The results were not detected and did not forward a sample to DNA at that time.
Number 7?
7 was tested for potential blood. It was not detected, and a portion was forwarded to DNA for further testing.
And number 9? I'm sorry, number 8.
Number 8 was tested for potential blood. It was not detected, and no sample was sent to DNA at that time.
Okay, so just to be clear, 5 and 7, number 5 corresponds to, is it S314 evidence marker A?
Number 5?
Yeah.
Number 5 corresponds to adhesive marker D, which is S317.
Got it. And how about item number 7? What does that correspond to in terms of the S number?
The S number, S316.
Okay. Now, when you say you forwarded portions of those swabs to DNA, did you have to cut those swabs?
Yes.
So did number 5 become 5-1
It did.
and 7 became 7-1?
For the portions that went to DNA, yes.
Okay. Now, what is number 9 listed as?
A knife?
I'm going to show you in council what's been marked as S313. Do you recognize the markings on this box?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is laboratory number 9 for C18-10138.
What, if anything, and actually I can refer you, and I should have asked you this, so I apologize, S443A, if you can look at that and just tell us what that is.
I only have S443, not an A on here.
There should be a tab on there that says A.
Oh, sorry. Got it.
What is that?
That is page 1 of my laboratory case notes.
Okay. Now, what, if anything, do you note about the dimensions of that knife that you examined?
I have the dimensions as approximately 7.5 inches by 1.5 inches for the blade and approximately 5.5 inches by 1.25 inches for the handle.
Okay. Now, even though the prosecutor's office took swabs of that knife and submitted them to you, did you take your own swabs?
Yes.
How many?
I did 3 swabs from the blade and 1 swab from the handle.
Okay. So 9-1, is that a swab that you took from the blade?
Yes.
Was Castlemeyer performed on that?
Yes.
What were the results?
I got an inconclusive result.
Okay, and nonetheless, was half of that swab cut and did it become 911?
It did.
Was that sent over to DNA?
Yes.
What is 9-2?
Another sample from the blade.
Was Castlemeyer performed?
It was.
And what were the results?
That was inconclusive as well.
Okay, and was half of that swab cut and sent to DNA?
Yes.
Did that become 921?
Yes.
How about 9-3?
9-3 was another sample from the blade.
Was Castlemeyer performed?
Yes.
What was that?
That was also inconclusive.
Okay, and was half of that swab cut and sent to DNA?
Yes.
And did that become 931?
It did.
And how about 9-4?
9-4 was a swabbing of the handle.
Okay, and was that for E-cells?
Yes.
Okay. And was Castlemeyer performed on that?
Yes.
And what was the result?
Not detected.
And was half of that swab cut and sent to DNA?
Yes.
To become 941.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm just going to take this back from you. Show you what's been marked as S 411, 450, and 457. And we'll start with S 411. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is the evidence receipt for laboratory case number C18-10139, and it is dated 11/23/18.
Okay, and so 39, that means we're dealing with which scene?
Ocean Township.
Okay, and when were those items dropped off? You may have said it, I'm sorry.
November 23rd, 2018.
And who were those items dropped off by?
Detective Nicholas Candelona.
And what are the items listed as?
There were 8 items submitted. Would you like me to explain each one?
Please.
Item number 1 was a burnt nitrile glove from scene 1, which is listed as 27 Tilton Drive. Item number 2 is a swab of biological staining from the left side front door frame, also scene 1. Number 3 was a swab from biological staining from foyer wall, which is scene 1. Item number 4 is gray fleece sweatshirt from scene 1. Item number 5 was piled charred clothing from scene 1. Item number 6 was pile of charred articles from scene 1. Item number 7 was a bandage from a cup holder from scene 2, which is indicated as a vehicle with registration plate NJ-DCJ3105.
Now, did you start off your testing? Well, I'll ask you, which item did you start your testing with?
There was one more item. that was submitted.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Item number 8 was a piece of a black glove, also from scene 2, that vehicle.
Thank you. Which of these items did you start your testing with?
I'd have to refer to the laboratory case notes.
Okay, so I'm going to refer you to S457, tab A, if you could. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
Tab A is the first page of my laboratory case notes for C18-10139.
Okay, and does it indicate what you started with in terms of which item?
Yes.
Which one?
Item number 6, the pile of articles from scene 1.
Okay, so you started with 6. I'm going to come back to that. I want to ask you about a couple of other items. So if we could start with item number 1. Could you just tell us what was that?
Referring to S411, the evidence sheet, item number 1 was the burnt nitrile glove.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to take a look at S450, your report. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what's the date on there?
11/26/2018.
Is that the date you performed your testing?
The testing compiled several days. I started the analysis on November 23rd, 2018, and finished it on November 26th, 2018.
Okay, and item 1 on your report is what?
The burnt glove.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as S156. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is item number 1 for laboratory case number C18-10139.
And that laboratory case number is on there?
It is.
Okay. What did you do with this particular piece of evidence?
Referring to S57, which is my laboratory case notes. And it's still within tab A. I swabbed the entire item as best as possible due to the condition. It was difficult for potential E cells. I also tested that for potential blood. I wasn't, I got a not detected reaction. I wasn't able to detect any blood on that item, and a portion was forwarded to DNA for further testing.
Okay, and the portion that became forwarded to DNA, did that become 111?
It did.
Okay. If you could look on your report at item 7. and just tell us what that is.
Item number 7 on the report
Yes.
is a bandage from scene 2.
Okay, and what did you do with that bandage?
I did the presumptive test for blood on it. I got a positive reaction and forwarded a piece to DNA for further testing.
Okay, and just to be clear, is that the bandage that was in the cup holder of the car?
Yes.
And did that become 711 when it got sent to DNA?
Yes.
What is item 8 on your report?
Item number 8 is a piece of glove from scene 2, the vehicle.
I'm going to show you, I just have to find it, what's been marked as S230. Council. Showing you what's been marked as S230. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is item number 8, laboratory case number C18-10139.
Okay, is that the small piece of the glove?
Yes.
How do you describe that in your notes?
Referring to S57, I indicate it as one small, approximately 1 1/4 inch by 1 5/8 inch piece of black material, possible piece of a glove.
What did you do with that item?
I swabbed the entire item with one swab. I did the presumptive test for blood. I got a positive reaction, and then I forwarded a piece of that swab to DNA for further testing.
Okay, did that become 811, the swab that you forwarded to DNA, or the piece of the swab?
Yes.
Take that back from you. If you could on your report, tell us what item 2 is.
Item number 2 is a swab.
And specifically, does that correspond on the evidence property receipt with a further description?
Yes.
What is that?
Left side of front door frame.
Okay, and what, if anything, did you do with that swab?
I did the presumptive test for blood on that swab. I got a positive reaction and forwarded a piece onto DNA for further testing.
And did that piece become 2-1?
It did.
How about item 3? What is that?
Item number 3 was another swab, and referring to S411, that was from the foyer wall. I did the presumptive test for blood on that swab as well, got a positive reaction, and forwarded that onto DNA for further testing.
And did that become 3-1?
Yes.
What about item number 4? What is that?
Item number 4 is a sweatshirt from scene 1.
Okay, and was anything done with that?
I did not analyze that item.
Okay, and just if you could tell the jury why, like why wouldn't you analyze a particular item?
The laboratory does the analysis for the entire state of New Jersey, so we employ case management, and not every item in a case can get analyzed at a given time. We know we can always go back and do more analysis if deemed necessary.
Now, when you looked at that item, or when it came to, was there any obvious staining or anything like that on it?
On the sweatshirt?
Yes.
I'm going to refer to S457, my laboratory case notes. I did not open that evidence at that time.
Understood, okay. Now, I want to discuss items 5 and 6 with you. How are they labeled on that evidence receipt, starting with 5?
5 was listed as a pile of charred clothing.
Okay. With potential biological staining?
Yes.
Okay. And item 6 is listed as what?
Pile of charred articles with biological staining.
Okay, and I think you said you examined pile 6 first, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And again, we're talking about, this item comes from the Ocean Township scene, is that right?
Yes.
What condition was item 6 submitted to you in?
Referring to the laboratory case notes, I indicated that they were submitted wet.
Okay, and were the items, what if anything further did you note about the items?
That they were charred, potentially burnt. They were burnt together, potentially melted, and they were all in a pile.
Okay. What did you do with that pile?
I separated it as best as possible.
Now, were there certain items that you were able to separate from the pile that you then labeled with a sub number?
Yes.
Okay, so just to be clear, that whole pile is item 6, is that right?
Yes.
And then what did you label as item 6-1?
Pair of jeans.
How about 6-2?
6'2" was a t-shirt.
6-3?
6'3" were gloves.
How do you list them in your notes, I should say?
In my notes, 6'3" is indicated as 2 gloves, 1 inside the other, 3 individual gloves, and 1 partial glove.
Okay, do you know something about their color? I'm referring you to page 1 of your notes on S457A.
I had several black examination style gloves.
Okay. Where were they found specifically?
In the pile of articles in number 6.
Okay. 6-4 is what?
A live round?
A live round of ammunition?
Yes.
Where was that found?
Within that pile of articles.
Okay, and 6-5 is what?
The remainder of the articles that were in that pile that was submitted.
Okay, and did you leave those to dry?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S232. Council, showing you what's been marked as S232. I'm going to ask you if you recognize these. One second, I'm sorry. The lab casing. The yellow sticker on it. Okay, we can look, but do you recognize these?
I do.
Okay, and what are these?
This is item number 6-1. So the pile of articles is number 6. This is the genes that I self-sampled as 6-1 for laboratory case number C18-10139.
Okay, I'm going to leave these here for a moment. We'll talk about them. Now, you refer in your notes, I'm going to refer you to S457A2. How did you note that this item looked when it came to you?
I indicated that it was submitted in a charred, semi-burnt condition with rips and tears present.
I'm going to refer you to where you say Levi's brand. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you read all of that?
1 pair of jeans, Levi's brand, no size legible, submitted in a charred, semi-burnt condition, rips, tears present, orange-brown and red-brown staining present.
Okay. And do you indicate that the rear of the jeans have several large tears?
Further down in my notes, yes.
Okay, and you indicate that there are 5 areas of staining?
I indicated that I tested 5 areas of staining, yes.
Now, did you actually take samples from 6 different areas on these jeans?
I did stain testing on 5 of them and then an epithelial or skin cell swabbing on the 6th area.
Okay, and did each sample that you took then become a sub-number?
It did.
Okay, so 6-1 is the jeans, right?
Yes.
And then the sample, the first sample would be 6-1-1, is that right?
Yes.
Did you perform the Kasselmeyer test on each of the areas of staining on the jeans, each of the 5 areas that you sampled?
Yes.
Okay, and what were the results of those?
I got positive reaction for the 5 areas on the front of the jeans that I tested and then 1 on the rear.
Now, the areas that you tested on the jeans, did you mark those areas from where you took the samples with anything?
Yes.
Okay, and what was that?
White China marker?
Okay, and did you also put little tags on there?
Yes.
And did those tags contain the sub-numbers?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just going to hold up. Can you just show the jury, if you can take us through what each of your tags are where you tested?
Sure. Is it okay if I stand?
Absolutely, go ahead.
So 6-1 is indicated on the tag here, and there's an outline in white. 6-1-2 is this lower area outlined in white. 6-1-3 is this area on the right side, upper thigh area. 6-1-4 is this lower area on the left side. And then 6-1-5 is on the back. In the back, on here.
Thank you. If you could take a look at S450, which is your report in this case. 611, which you showed us, what is that staining from?
Front left thigh area.
Okay, and did you take a sample from there?
I did.
Did that become 6111?
Yes.
And was that sent to DNA?
Yes.
How about 612? What is that?
Staining front left shin area.
Did you take a sample from there?
Yes.
And did that become 6121?
Yes.
Was that sent to DNA?
Yes.
How about 613? What is that?
Front right thigh area.
Okay, and what did you do with that?
I got the positive reaction for the Castlemeyer test, and a portion was submitted to DNA.
Did that become 6131?
It did.
How about 614?
It was staining from the front right shin area.
Okay, and did you take a sample from there?
Yes.
Was that sent to DNA? And
Yes.
did that become 6141?
Yes.
How about 615?
That was the staining from the rear left calf area.
What did you do with that?
They got the positive reaction for the Castlemeyer test, and a portion was forwarded to DNA for further testing.
And did that portion become 6151?
Yes.
Now finally, what is 616?
That was a swabbing of the inside waistband to try and collect any potential epithelial or skin cells to determine who may have worn the jeans.
And was a portion of that sent to DNA?
Yes.
Did that become 6161?
Yes.
Thank you. Now what is item 62 on your report?
A t-shirt that was found in that pile of articles.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S231E. Do you recognize this?
Thank you. Yes.
And what is this?
This is item 6-2 for laboratory case number C18-10139.
Now, are there also tags on this item as well?
Yes.
Can you just indicate where those tags are and what the numbers are?
There is one tag in the upper right shoulder area that is indicating that that is 6-2-1. I got a positive reaction for the Castlemeyer test in that area. And then there's another tag in the manufacturer's information area with the laboratory case number, item number, and my initials.
Okay, now did 621 up here, did part of that go to DNA?
Yes.
And did it become 6211?
Yes.
And then the swabbing that you performed for the E-cells in the collar, is that what you said?
I didn't say that, but I did perform a swabbing of the inside collar to determine who may have worn that shirt as well.
Okay. And in particular, did you send a portion of that to DNA?
I did.
And was that 6221?
Yes.
I want to ask you about some gloves that you had indicated that you found. And I'm going to refer you to, in particular, 6-3. Do you see that on your report?
Yes.
Are those the gloves that you had described as black examination style gloves?
Yes.
Okay. And if you need to refer to S457A, page 2 of your notes, feel free. But how many gloves were there in total?
There were 5 gloves and 1 partial glove.
Okay. How did they come?
There was 1 glove inside of another, so 2 gloves, 1 inside the other, and then 3 individual gloves, and then the partial glove.
The partial glove, was it the fingers only?
That's what I indicated, yes.
I'm going to show you S233 and S234. show you first what has been marked as S233. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
These are the two gloves that were received inside each other. These two gloves became 6-3-1, and then they were separated out as to 6-3-1-1 and 6-3-1-2.
Okay. Now the other gloves, did you do anything with those?
One of the other gloves I did, and then the, no, excuse me, I did not do anything else with the other gloves.
Okay. So the only gloves that you performed testing on were the 2 and S233, is that right?
Correct.
Judge, permission to just publish this to the jury?
Any objection? No, Judge. Okay, go ahead.
Now, the two gloves up there, S233, that you indicated one came inside of the other, is that right?
Yes.
What item do they correspond to on your report?
On my report, they correspond to item 6-3-1, and then they were further subsampled out as to 6-3-1-1 and 6-3-1-2.
Okay, so did one of those gloves become 6-3-1-1?
Yes.
Okay, let's talk about that one. What, if anything, did you note about that glove in your report or your notes?
Referring to my notes, which is S457, I indicated that 6-3-1-1 had staining that covered approximately 95% of the outside as I separated it.
Was Castlemeyer performed on that?
Yes.
And what were the results?
I got a positive reaction.
And what, if anything, did you do with that glove?
I removed an area of the staining with one swab. That became 6-3-1-1, and then a portion of that was forwarded on to DNA for further testing.
Okay, and that portion became 6-3-1-1-1, right?
Yes,
Okay. Did you swab the inside of that glove as well?
I did.
Okay, and did you perform the Castlemeyer test?
Yes.
What were the results?
I was not able to detect any blood on that swabbing, but a portion was forwarded on for potential skin cells.
Okay, and did that become 6-3-1-1-2-1?
The portion that went to DNA, yes.
Okay. Now, if you can show us which glove we're talking about, just so we have an idea.
This glove to your left is the 6-3-1-1, and the area that I removed staining from is outlined in white.
Thank you. Now, the other glove that's on there, 6-3-1-2, was there any obvious staining on that?
No, I indicated that there was no obvious staining.
Was that the glove that was inside of the other one?
I believe so, yes.
What, if anything, did you do with that glove?
I swabbed it for potential skin cells. I did the Castlemeyer test on that. I got a positive reaction weak and forwarded a portion on to DNA for further testing.
Okay, and did that portion become 6-3-1-2-1-1?
What went to DNA? Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to take this. I'm going to show you what has been marked as S241. Showing counsel. Do you recognize this packaging?
I recognize our laboratory barcode on it, yes, but I don't believe I saw this packaging before.
Okay. What is the number on the laboratory barcode?
It's item number 6-4 for laboratory case number C18-10139.
And what item does that correspond to on your evidence receipt? Not your evidence receipt, your report, I'm sorry.
The live round that was found within that pile of articles.
Was there a head stamp that you note on that live round that was found in the pile of articles?
Yes.
And what was that?
I indicated it as, referring to S457, my laboratory case notes, I indicated as 10 GFL 10 9 by 19.
Okay, and what, if anything, was done with that?
I repackaged it into manila envelopes and preserved it for potential ballistics evidence. I did no analysis at that time.
Did you make a phone call to anyone to advise them of that?
I believe so.
Is that somebody from the prosecutor's office?
Yes.
Now, S231, S231, item 6-5 on your report, what is that?
Miscellaneous articles.
What, if anything, did you do with those?
I did not do any analysis on those articles. I just wrapped them in the brown paper I received them in.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S231C, showing counsel, and then S231D. Do you recognize these?
Yes.
And are those miscellaneous articles?
Yes.
Can you just explain to us how this was found in regard to the jeans when the pile came to you? Do you remember?
Everything was received in one packaging. That yellow plastic piece, everything was connected as one item, so I separated it out as best as possible into the 5 subsamples that are issued on my report and just pulled apart everything that I potentially could.
Thank you. Now, at some point, was some further testing done to the jeans by yourself?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to leave those up there with you. I'm going to show you what's been marked as S39 and S440 in showing counsel. Starting with S349. Do you recognize that?
S349.
Yes.
This is another evidence receipt from the ballistics unit for laboratory case number C18-10138.
Okay, and how about S440? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is a laboratory report that I authored dated 11/28/2018 for C18-10138.
Okay, so 38, are we talking about evidence that was taken from the Colts Neck scene?
Yes.
Do you have S443B up, or 443 up there with you? I think you might have had it from before, your notes.
443?
Yes.
I do.
Okay, and those notes, are they, specifically subsection B, do those notes go along with this particular report, S440?
Yes.
Now, what is the date of your report?
November 28th, 2018.
Okay. And does a swab come to you from the ballistics unit?
Yes.
And what is that swab from?
It is a swab for E-cells from item number 13, 14, 15, 16, 18, 19, and 21.
And what are those items that you just listed?
Referring to the evidence receipt, which is S349, those are cartridge casings from the property, the grass, and different areas of that location.
In Colts Neck?
Correct.
Now, do you perform any testing on that?
On the swab, no. I cut a portion and forwarded it to DNA for their testing.
Okay. And in particular, that swab is a swab, one swab of each of those items that you listed?
Correct.
And that swab, or that portion that you cut to send to DNA, is that 13-1-1?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S350 and S451. Showing counsel. We'll start with S451. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is a laboratory report that I authored for C18-10139, dated November 28th, 2018.
All right, 39. Now, what scene are we talking about?
Ocean Township.
Okay. And what is S350?
S350 is a evidence receipt from the ballistics unit for C18-10139.
Now, let me ask you, what does your serology report S451 indicate?
That I analyzed a swab for E cells number 15-1.
Okay. So number 15 on that evidence property receipt, what is that item?
Item number 15 is a semi-automatic handgun Sig Sauer P228 SNB233959.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you do with that swab of that handgun that came from ballistics?
I cut a portion of that swab and forwarded it to DNA for their testing.
Did it become 15-1-1?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S442. Show me counsel. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is that?
A laboratory report that I authored for laboratory case number C18-10138, dated January 17th, 2019.
Okay. Now, if I could refer you to S349, which we just previously discussed. Do you have that up there?
What was the state number?
I'm sorry, S349.
349? Yes.
Okay. Now, on your report, does it list an item that was sent to you?
My report, yes, 10-1.
Okay. And what was 10-1?
A swab for E cells.
Now, on that evidence property receipt, what is item 10 that was swabbed?
A cartridge from the paved deck.
Okay. And again, this is number, it ends in 38.
Yes.
So we're talking about the Colts Neck scene, is that right?
Yes.
And you said there was a cartridge from the paved deck there.
Yes.
What, if anything, did you do with the swab 10-1?
I cut a portion of that swab and submitted it to DNA for further testing.
Okay, and did that become 10-1-1?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S412 and...
Can I just go back for 1 second? Slane, can you go to S442 for a second?
442?
Yes, please.
Yes.
We just discussed it. Can you tell me the date of that report?
Yes, it is January 17th, 2019.
2019. Okay, thank you. Prosecutor.
Thank you, Judge. I'm going to show you what's been marked as S413 and 4... I'm going to show you S412 first and S242. Let me show you what's been marked as S412. Do you recognize this?
This is a laboratory receipt for laboratory case number C18-10139 with a submission date of November 27, 2018.
Okay, and what in particular is listed on there?
It is a buccal swab from suspect Paul Caneiro.
Okay, now you didn't actually receive that buccal swab, right?
Correct.
Was that sent directly to DNA?
I assume so, yes.
Showing you S413. You recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is an evidence receipt for laboratory case number C18-10139, dated December 6, 2018.
And what is listed on there?
It is a buccal swab from Sean Edson.
All right, and again, you didn't actually get that buccal swab, right?
Correct.
I went right to DNA.
I assume so, yes.
Well, is that what it normally does?
It would, yes.
Now, was approval obtained to perform additional serological testing on other areas of the genes, item 6.1?
Yes.
And were those areas of the genes that were not previously tested?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as S454, showing counsel. I'm going to ask you if you recognize this.
I do.
And what is that?
This is a laboratory report that I authored for laboratory case number C18-10139, dated January 17, 2019.
Now, do you have S457 up there with you still? I believe you do.
Yes.
Okay. And in particular, I would just refer you, if you need to, your notes are subsection C.
Okay.
Now, on S454, your report, in particular, how many more areas of those genes were tested by you?
I tested 2 additional areas for potential blood and forwarded those samples to DNA for further testing. And I swabbed different areas to try and isolate potential epithelial or skin cells.
Okay, so on your report, what is the first item there that's listed that you tested?
Staining front left thigh area.
And does that correlate to 6-1-7?
Yes.
Did you submit a portion of that? And I think you said you did, but did you submit a portion of that to DNA?
Yes.
Did that portion become 6-1-7-1?
Yes.
Okay. And just by the way, I should have asked you earlier, but is it swabs that you're taking, or are you doing something else to those areas?
For the staining, I take a small portion of the staining on a sterile swab in the laboratory to do my Kastle-Meyer testing, and then a portion is actually cut out of the genes and forwarded to DNA for their testing.
Okay. And then, what is 6-1-8?
Staining from the front right shin area.
Okay, and what, if anything, did you do with that?
I got the positive reaction for the Kastle-Meyer test, and a portion was forwarded to DNA for further testing.
And did that portion become 6-1-8-1?
Yes.
And how about 6-1-9?
I did a swabbing of the inside pockets and knee areas to try and collect any potential skin cells from who may have worn or used the jeans, and did the Kastle-Meyer test on that swabbing. I was not able to detect any blood, but a portion was forwarded to DNA for further testing.
And did that portion become 6-1-9-1?
Yes.
Okay. And then is there an item listed on there, 6-4-1?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is a swab of the live round.
Okay, and the live round, are we talking about that was found in the genes earlier?
It was found in the pile of articles.
Okay, understood. And did you do any testing with that swab?
No, I cut a portion of that swab for DNA for their testing.
Now, do you know who took that swab of that live round? What unit?
It was somebody in the ballistics or the state police CSI unit.
Now, did the portion of that swab that you cut for DNA testing become 6-4-1-1?
Yes.
Okay, now finally, I'm going to show you what has been marked as S414 and S414. As well as S446. Maybe she'll come in. We could start with S414. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is an evidence receipt for laboratory case number C18-10138, dated February 25th, 2020.
Okay, and how many items are listed on there? If you could tell us the numbers.
There are 5 items, laboratory numbers 28, 29, 30, 31, and 32.
Okay, and who delivered those items on February 25th of 2020?
Detective Stephen Boat.
And again, just, I know you said it, but the lab number on there, your unique lab number, is that 10138?
Yes.
Okay, so we're talking about the Colts Neck scene.
Yes.
Can you just read each of those items on the evidence property receipt? Tell us what they say.
Laboratory 28 is DNA swab of reddish stain from door frame in between foyer and kitchen of 15 Willowbrook Road, Colts Neck, New Jersey. 29 is DNA sample scraping of reddish stain from door frame in between foyer and kitchen of that same address. Item number 30 is DNA swab of reddish stain from south side of kitchen island of the same address. Item number 31 is DNA swab of reddish stain from the lower kitchen cabinet on the north side of the kitchen next to the garbage disposal and that same address. Item number 32 is DNA swab of reddish stain from the pull out drawer just below the sink on the north side of the kitchen and the same address.
Now, on your report, let me ask you, if you could take a look at S444, do you recognize that?
S444, yes.
And what is that?
That is a laboratory report that I authored for C18-10138 dated March 9th of 2020.
Okay, and do the items that you just read on that evidence property receipt correspond to items listed that you tested on your report?
Yes.
So item 28 on your report is what?
Item 28 is the swab of the reddish stain from the door frame in between the foyer and the kitchen.
Show me council S334, 335, 336, 337, and 338. Okay, I'm approaching you with those items. I'm just going to leave them here for a moment. But if we could, if you could just, I'm sorry, go down the line. So you indicated item 28. What is item 29 on your report?
29 is the DNA sample scraping of reddish stain from door frame in between foyer and kitchen.
Okay, how about item 30?
30 is a swab of the reddish stain from the south side of the kitchen island.
How about 31?
31 is the swab of reddish stain from the lower kitchen cabinet on the north side of the kitchen next to the garbage disposal.
And how about item 32?
32 is the swab of reddish stain from the pull-out drawer just below the sink on the north side of the kitchen.
Now, up there with you, you have S334. I'm going to ask if you recognize that.
Yes.
And what is that?
This is laboratory number 28 for C18-10138.
Okay, and does that correspond to the swab of the door frame from the kitchen?
Between the foyer and the kitchen.
Okay. How about S335? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is laboratory number 29.
Okay, and does that correspond to the sample of the scraping from the door frame from the foyer in the kitchen?
Yes.
How about S336? Do you recognize that one?
Yes.
What is that?
This is item number 30, which is the swab of the kitchen island south side.
Okay. And how about S337?
This is item number 31, which is the swab of the lower kitchen cabinet north side of the kitchen.
Okay, and S338.
S338 is item number 32, which is the swab of the pull-out drawer just below the sink of the north side of the kitchen.
Now, on each of those, S334 through 338, is your unique lab number on each of those?
Yes.
Now, of those 5 samples that the prosecutor's office sent to you, how many of those did the lab choose to test?
I analyzed one.
One. Okay. Now, how do you determine which one you're going to analyze?
I analyzed the one that was marked A by the prosecutor's office.
Okay, so that is A. And now, if Detective Vogt had taken 10 more samples from all around the kitchen and sent them to you, would you have tested all 10 of them?
No.
Why not?
It goes back to that case management that I spoke of earlier, where we have limited resources and can always go back and do more testing.
Now, let's talk about the one that you did test, item 28, the swab of the door frame from the foyer in the kitchen. What did you do with that?
I performed the Castlemeyer test on that swab. I got a positive reaction and forwarded a portion on to DNA for further testing.
Okay, and did that portion that you forwarded, was that 28-1?
Yes.
Lastly, I'm going to show you what has been marked as S416, S447, and S449, and that was your counsel. items resubmitted to the lab for testing on June 7th of 2023?
Yes.
And what were those items?
There was item number 6 and item number 8 from laboratory case number C18-10138.
All right, I'm going to ask if you can look at S416 and ask if you recognize that.
Yes.
What is that?
That is the laboratory receipt for C18-10138 dated June 7th of 2023.
Okay, and what are the items listed on that?
Item 6 and item 8.
Okay, and in particular, you know what, let me ask you this. If you can look at S447, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
That is the laboratory report that I authored for laboratory case number C18-10138 dated June 27th, 2023.
And finally, S449, what is that?
These are the laboratory case notes that I generated for the testing dated 6/26/23, which correlates to the 6/27/23 report.
Okay, now on your report, what are items 6 and 8?
Swabs from the scene.
Okay, are they swabs in particular from the blade of a knife?
Yes.
Okay, and are those the swabs that were not initially tested from that blade that you discussed earlier?
They were the swabs that I did not initially forward to DNA.
Understood, okay. And was it agreed that those would be retested or re-forwarded?
It was agreed that they would be submitted to DNA.
What did you do with item 6?
I cut a portion of the swab and forwarded it to DNA for their testing.
And did that become 6-1?
Yes.
And then how about item 8? What did you do with that?
I cut a portion of that swab and forwarded it to DNA for their testing.
Thank you. I have nothing further, Judge.
Okay, Cross?
So, okay, what you were doing in this case obviously was cataloging a lot of evidence that you were getting in from the prosecutor's office, correct?
I was analyzing the evidence for potential biological fluids.
And specifically, you were looking in a lot of cases here for blood, right?
Yes.
And obviously, this is a screening tool that the lab uses to determine if there's biological materials on an item and further testing is warranted, right?
Yes.
Now, the presence of blood would not be enough, obviously, to indicate that a particular individual touched an item, correct?
Can you repeat your question?
Sure. This process that you're talking about is called serology, right?
Yes.
And serology is the determination of whether biological material is on an item, correct?
Yes.
And the biological material we're talking about could be blood, but it could also be saliva or things like that, right?
Correct. It depends.
Go ahead.
The tests that I perform in the laboratory are specific to the body fluid that I'm analyzing that evidence for.
Okay. Because the different tests produce, they have different reagents that do different things on the item, correct?
Yes.
Because there's different chemicals in saliva than, say, there is in blood, right?
That we're testing for, yes.
Right. Now, these are obviously, we should say, presumptive tests, right?
Correct.
These are not confirmatory tests.
Correct.
Now, the difference between a presumptive test and a confirmatory test is that a confirmatory test confirms that the substance is, in fact, blood or saliva or whatever the case may be, right?
Yes.
But a presumptive test just means that we can presume it is that substance, but we don't know with certainty.
Correct.
And we don't know with certainty because there is a certain amount of false positives that we could get from a presumptive test.
Correct.
And so when we talk about something like blood, for example, we could get a false positive because of other chemicals that are present on an item of evidence, correct?
Yes.
And certain other organic material like plants and whatnot could create a false positive for blood.
Yes.
And also, we wouldn't be able to distinguish animal blood from human blood in a presumptive test. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, obviously, we could from these tests determine that there's a presumption that blood is on certain items, but the serology itself doesn't tell us whose blood it is.
Correct.
So it can't tell us, for example, when if we're looking at something we presume to be blood, it can't tell us when the blood was deposited on an item, right?
Correct.
It can't tell us how long it's been on the item.
Correct.
It can't tell us how it got on the item.
Correct.
It can't tell us who deposited it on the item.
Correct.
And so it really doesn't tell us. It tells us something about a chemical reaction that you observe based on applying these reagents to the item. But it doesn't really tell us anything as far as a story of how that presumptive material got to be on the item in the first place, does it?
Correct.
And so it also doesn't really tell us anything about an individual. So when we compare this to something like DNA testing, we see that DNA testing is more of an attempt to determine whether we can infer whether an individual person may have been a contributor to the DNA on an item of evidence, correct?
I do not do the DNA analysis, so I cannot speak to how they report out on their results.
Okay, well let me rephrase that. Obviously, I think that in terms of DNA analysis versus serology is kind of broader in the sense that what we get as far as results are blood in general, but not a conclusion about a particular person's blood. Nonetheless, though, I think, and you mentioned some of this during your direct testimony, there's obviously environmental factors that can impact the ability to collect in the presence of biological material on an item, right?
Yes.
Like if an item got wet, that could interfere or play a part in one's ability to collect biological material from it, right?
Yes.
If an item got burnt, that could interfere with one's ability to collect biological material from it.
Yes.
If there was cleaning or attempted cleaning of an item prior to it arriving at your laboratory, that could impact your ability to obtain results.
Yes.
These factors obviously all can weaken or alter the reactions that you would see when you perform those reagent tests, correct?
They can, yes.
Now, handling of evidence can also affect potential results that you would otherwise get. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
That multiple handlers can increase the risk of contamination on an item?
It's possible, yes, but if what I'm looking for is potential blood on a lot of this, those people would have to be bleeding to actually put their potential blood on the item.
Well, let's say that they don't have to be bleeding necessarily, because obviously biological materials can be transferred from item to item indirectly, right?
It's possible, yes.
Like through contact either with another person or another object, biological materials can be transferred to that other object, right?
Yes.
And that's a concept that exists in serology, and it exists in more broadly forensic testing like DNA, right?
It does, yes.
Like that there's this idea of what I believe you call transfer, right?
I didn't mention transfer, but yes, it exists.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say you did. What I meant was in your profession, in your field, in forensics, there's an idea that is referred to as transfer.
Yes.
And transfer is about how biological material goes from one item to another item without the actual source of that biological material touching that second item, right?
That is one use of transfer, yes.
And I think that's what's referred to as secondary transfer?
I believe yes.
Okay, so like if I was to, let's say, shake hands with you and my skin cells get onto your hand and then you touch the Bible and my skin cells get onto the Bible, that's an example of secondary transfer, right?
Correct.
Now, I never touched the Bible, but because I touched your hand and your hand touched the Bible, my skin cells got onto the Bible.
Potentially, yes.
So, one of the ideas I think that's supported then by this concept of transfer is that my biological material can get onto an item which I never touched because it got on there through means other than me actually touching it.
Possible, yes.
You're going through these items, seeing what you can find as presumptive results, and from there, there's a determination of what can or should move on for genetic testing. Is that accurate or no?
For DNA testing, yes.
Okay. Now, obviously, you followed all laboratory protocols in this case.
Yes.
And those protocols, you mentioned some of them, they include being gloved at all times when you're handling an item of evidence.
Yes.
They include a hairnet.
Yes.
They include a post-cleaning of the entire work surface and area
Yes.
with chemicals like bleach.
Yes.
And that's to kill any biological material or eliminate any biological material that was otherwise on those surfaces.
Yes.
And obviously, when you're working on something, you're working on only a single item of evidence at one time.
Yes.
There's never a situation where you would be handling, say, the jeans that you saw today and the T-shirt that you saw at the same time.
Well, that's all one item when it came into the laboratory as item number 6. So those were out at the same time in the laboratory.
Okay. So when they came to you, they were in a pile, right?
Yes.
And there was a pile of, it's referred to as a pile of charred items.
Articles.
And obviously you have no control over how things come to you and how you receive them, right?
Yes.
It would be fair to say that the way you received that pile of charred articles was far from what we would call laboratory conditions, right?
It was the first time I received articles like that, yes.
Okay. Where everything was all kind of mashed together, right?
I've received items in direct contact before, but not wet like that.
Okay. And so these items were wet, you mentioned. They were also burnt.
Yes, I received burnt items though before.
Okay. But I think what I'm trying to say is, I'm sure you have, but I'm trying to say that in this particular instance, these items were wet and they were also burnt, right?
Yes.
And they were also in actual physical contact with each other.
Yes.
And they had also been that way for some unknown amount of time before they got to you, right?
Yes.
And you don't know how they came to be in that arrangement, but it certainly wasn't the lab that did that, right?
Correct.
And that's kind of my point is, what I'm saying is you're not really in control of how the item comes to you, right?
Correct.
You can only do what you can as far as following protocols once you get the item, right?
Yes.
But if the item has been contaminated prior to its arrival at the lab, there's nothing that you can do about that, right?
Correct.
You can't unring the bell of transfer or contamination that's happened to an item prior to its arrival at the laboratory, right?
Right. I can only control what's happening in the laboratory.
And obviously these protocols within the lab about cleaning and about being gloved and about handling one item at a time, they're important because it's well known that biological material from one item, if we're not careful, could be transferred onto another item, right?
It's possible, yes.
And however these things that you tested, however the substances got onto these various items, it wouldn't be possible for us to say whether it was a direct transfer from the person or whether it was a secondary transfer from one item in the pile to another item in the pile, right?
Correct.
And each of those hypotheses, direct transfer or secondary transfer from item to item, is equally plausible in a situation like this, right?
It's possible, yes.
tested, there were gloves that you had listed in, I believe it was S-411. There were 8 items received, and there was item number 8 was a piece of a black glove from a rear passenger seat.
Yes.
Okay. Now, that item you ended up forwarding for further genetic testing, correct?
A portion of the swabbing that I took from that item, yes.
Okay. And then, in item S-410, that's another properties receipt where we saw the swabs, what are referenced as the buccal swabs from Jennifer Caneiro, Jesse Caneiro, Sophia Caneiro, and Keith Caneiro.
Those were FDA cards. Their references were FDA cards.
Okay. And those FDA cards, were those the items that you said you had not seen before today?
Correct.
Okay. So you didn't have anything to do with processing those items?
Correct.
Okay. And then S-450, I think, was your report on the presumptive results that you received regarding the jeans, item 6-1, and the gloves, item 6-3.
I issued a report. I don't know what the state number was.
Okay. Okay, but you remember that during your direct testimony, I think you said that on sample 6-3, there was a presumptive result for blood?
6-3, I believe, were the gloves, and then they were subbed out as the 6-3-1, and then 6-3-1-1 was one of the gloves that had the presumptive test for blood.
Right.
And then 6-3-1-2. I believe I have the numbers right. I don't have it in front of me.
Okay. Maybe I can find it for you. Judge, I'm going to approach with S-450. Okay.
Thank you.
That's what you're talking about, right?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, and then on the second page there, we do have a presumptive result for one of the gloves in 6-3?
Yes, that was the 6-3-1-1.
Okay. And that was blood?
It was presumptive positive for blood.
Okay. And that was, do you have that listed as the inside glove or the outside glove?
I don't have it listed as one or the other.
Well, can we infer from what you have the other glove listed as?
They're both just listed as gloves.
Okay. I see that you have the word inside in quotation marks.
Yes.
What does that word mean?
That was referring to the one glove, 6-3-1-1. The inside of that glove is what was swabbed versus the outside of that glove.
Okay. So that word is not indicative of that glove being inside the other glove?
Correct.
So which of those two gloves was inside the other?
Based on this, I'm not sure.
Okay. You said that you measured the blade of the knife?
Yes.
And that it was 1.5 inches?
I don't have that documentation in front of me,
Okay.
but I know that it was approximately 7 inches as one dimension.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know the rest of the dimensions off the top of my head.
Okay. Do you remember where along the blade you measured it?
It would be from the one point to the other point of the blade, the farthest points possible.
Okay. That's the length, right?
Yes.
Where would you have measured the width of the blade?
From the widest points of the blade.
All right. How did you determine that?
It's subjective, so it's just eyeballing what I believe is to be the widest points.
Okay. Did you take multiple measures of the width or one measure of the width?
One measurement.
And that was, I should clarify, that was item 9, correct? That was the knife from the foyer,
I believe it was item number 9, yes.
and that was found in Colts Neck, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
I don't have the documentation in front of me.
Oh, that's okay. You wouldn't disagree, I don't think, that that was item 9, right?
No, it's just a lot of numbers today.
I understand. I understand. Okay, thank you. I don't think I have anything further.
Okay. Redirect.
Nothing, Judge.
You may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
You as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our morning break now. If prosecutors, if you don't mind just moving the evidence, please, I'd appreciate it. We're going to take our 15-minute break. Stretch it to 20 if you guys need it. Just let us know when you're ready, and we'll come back out and we'll continue with the testimony. Thank you. Please don't discuss this case or do any research. Okay. See everybody around 10:20. Mr. Decker.
There's a thing still up there.
It's a little slow at the switch over here.
Coffee?
Oh, I agree with you there. Okay. You ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Judge. The state calls Christopher Simkowiak.
Hello, sir. Can you just put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand? I'm not sure what that sticky is on there that's now attached to your finger. Just getting your DNA. No, I'm just kidding. All right. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Sir, when you're seated and comfortable, can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please? You get comfortable first.
Christopher Simkowiak, S-Z-Y-M-K-O-W-I-A-K.
Okay, thank you, sir. Prosecutor, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Where are you employed?
I'm employed with the New Jersey State Police Office of Forensic Sciences.
What lab do you work out of?
I'm currently assigned to the drug unit.
Okay, and what is your title there?
I'm a forensic scientist too.
How long have you been in the drug unit for?
Just over 6 years.
Now, prior to that, did you work in the DNA unit?
I did.
And what was your title there?
I started my career at the OFS in the DNA unit as a forensic scientist 1, and I progressed to a promotion to the forensic scientist 2 level.
Now, as a forensic scientist 1 and 2 in the DNA lab, were you essentially a DNA analyst?
That's correct.
All right, I'd like to discuss your professional and educational background as it relates to your profession as a forensic DNA analyst. And I'm going to show you what has been marked as S475. Show you, counsel. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is my resume or CV. It's 2 pages.
Did you create that?
I did.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jury about your educational background?
Yes. I started my education at Penn State University. I was there for 2 years before I transferred to Drexel University, where I obtained a Bachelor of Science degree in biology.
Now, chronologically, could you take us through your professional experience and just summarize what you did in each of those places and those roles?
Yes. Upon graduating college, I had my first job at Merck Research Laboratories. That was in 2000. I worked there for 4 years until 2004. I was a biochemist there, where I was working on vaccine research, utilizing techniques that I utilize techniques at Merck that I utilized in the DNA laboratory. Upon my completion at Merck, I started my career at the Office of Forensic Sciences. I started in the DNA laboratory, where I was a Forensic Scientist 1, and progressed into the Forensic Scientist 2 level. And both titles, I was generating DNA profiles, preparing a report of my findings, and testifying in court as needed. When I obtained my Forensic Scientist 2 promotion, I had some additional duties that were including peer review of case files, training other scientists, and a supervisory role as well. At the end of 2015 is when I transferred to the drug unit as a Forensic Scientist 2. In this laboratory where I'm currently assigned is where I'm identifying evidence for potential CDS compounds. I'm reviewing case files again. I'm training scientists in drug testing and testifying in court as needed.
Now, the jury has heard about peer review in terms of serological testing in that unit. Does that also apply, and I think you said it, to the unit, the DNA unit?
It does.
Okay. Can you just tell us what peer review is, or technical review? Is that another term for it?
That's correct. So peer review or technical review can be used interchangeably. Once a scientist completes a case file, prepares a report of their findings, another scientist will review that case file for correctness, completeness, that the protocols were filed, and the conclusions support the data that was generated.
Now, when you were in the DNA unit as a Forensic Scientist 2, did you perform peer review of others?
I did.
As a DNA analyst, were you required to take specific courses?
I was.
And what were those?
To be in the DNA laboratory, you had to have a Bachelor of Science degree in sciences, but specifically 4 courses were required as well, which included genetics, biochemistry, statistics, and molecular biology.
Now, was there a program that you had to also complete to become a forensic DNA analyst in terms of certification? Then what was that?
Excuse me, sorry. So in order to work in the DNA laboratory and before you can touch any casework, you had to complete a training program that took about 8 months to a year to complete. That included reading literature regarding the testing. I had to observe the procedures in the laboratory and then demonstrate and perform those procedures as well. I had to take a written test of theory. I had to take a laboratory test and perform a moot court as well.
Now, as a DNA analyst, a Forensic Scientist 1 or 2, is there any type of continuing education that is required?
Yes, in the DNA laboratory, there is required 8 hours of training in DNA testing every year.
How about proficiency testing?
What about it?
I'm sorry, what is that?
A proficiency test is a test that's administered by an outside agency to test any certified scientist in the DNA laboratory, their ability to accurately generate DNA profiles.
So in addition to that 8 hours of continuing education, there's also proficiency testing, is that right?
That's correct, twice a year.
Okay. And were you, when you were in the DNA lab, the last day that you were there, were you current and successful with all of your proficiency testing?
Yes.
In total, over the course of your career, approximately how many cases have you worked on where you have processed and analyzed DNA samples?
I would say multiple thousand of cases.
When we're talking about cases, could there be more than one sample that you're testing per case?
That's correct. There could be one item submitted or several items submitted.
Now, how many times have you testified in Superior Court with regard to the results of the DNA analyses you've conducted?
Approximately 70 times.
And what jurisdictions?
I testified in most of the counties throughout the state of New Jersey.
Now, in those instances, how many times were you qualified by the court as an expert in the field of forensic DNA analysis?
Every time.
Judge, at this time, the state would seek to qualify this witness as an expert in the field of forensic DNA analysis.
Anybody here?
No, Judge, thank you.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I just read it to you this morning. Not well. Forget that. But I'm not going to read it to you again. Obviously, you know the charge as it relates to expert testimony and how you evaluate an expert's testimony here. But I will find this defendant to be an expert in the field of forensic DNA analysis. Prosecutor, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Sir, what does the term accreditation mean with regard to a forensic lab?
Accreditation is essentially an audit of the laboratory. We have an agency called ANAB that comes out and audits the laboratory, and what they essentially are doing is they are checking that we say what we do and we do what we say, so they're ensuring that we have protocols set in place, that we're following them. We have employees that meet the requirements to be employed by the state of New Jersey as a forensic scientist. They're checking casework, they're interviewing scientists. There's a whole bunch of requirements and standards they check to make sure that we're doing the correct thing.
Now, is your lab accredited?
It is.
Okay, and what is the accrediting agency, if you recall?
The accrediting agency is ANAB.
How many times a year is the lab audited?
We are audited once a year.
Now, we've heard a little bit about how evidence is received initially into the lab. Once evidence is received into the lab, how does it get to you as the DNA analyst?
Evidence first comes to the evidence receiving desk by the submitting agency, where those items are inventory and barcoded and give it a unique laboratory number. Once that is established, assignments are created. Generally, in a DNA case, this evidence will go to the serology unit first, where they'll screen the evidence for potential biological evidence that's suitable for DNA testing. If that is the case, they will then prepare samples for DNA testing. They may go back to the vault or submit it directly to the laboratory. At that point, a DNA assignment will be created, and then a scientist will be assigned that case to work on the evidence where they pick it up from the vault or will it be in the DNA laboratory at that time.
Okay, now as a DNA analyst, what, if anything, did you do to ensure the integrity of evidence? In other words, to prevent contamination, mix-ups, etc.?
Yes, we have an entire quality control procedure we utilize to protect the integrity of evidence. That includes things as wearing protective equipment, a laboratory jacket, face mask, hairnet, gloves. We will clean our surfaces with bleach, water, and ethanol. We have controls during our testing, so we'll have a negative control that is just a blank sample of our reagents we use to ensure that our reagents are clean. We have a positive control to show the testing is working properly. You're getting a result that is expected to be the same every time. We have a review process during our testing, and we have a review process during our case file, so there's a ton of steps we do to ensure that reliability.
Now, what does DNA stand for?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's considered the master molecule of life. It's the genetic material that's located throughout the cells of your body. And it's the same throughout all those cells in your body. So any DNA found in the hair cell will be the same as your DNA found in your skin cell or your blood cell. Your DNA is unique to you, so no two individuals have the same DNA, with the exception of identical twins, and it stays the same throughout your lifetime. Now, your DNA is inherited from your parents, so half your DNA comes from your mother, and the other half is coming from your father's. In your body, your DNA is located in those cells on structures called chromosomes, which are just regions of compacted DNA and protein. We have 23 pairs of chromosomes, half coming from your mother, the other half coming from your father. Now, at a particular location or locus on your chromosome is a gene. A gene is a specific DNA sequence that encodes for a particular function. So, for example, if you take hair color, at a very specific location on one of your chromosomes, you have the gene for hair color, which is a specific sequence. When that is expressed, you get blonde hair, brown hair, black hair, for example. Since you get different colors, you say you have an allele for that gene. So you have that particular location of a particular sequence, and if you have brown hair, you have the brown allele. If you have blonde hair, you have the blonde allele. Now, in the laboratory, when I'm generating DNA profiles, I am not generating profiles of particular traits. I am looking at regions called short tandem repeats. These are short segments of DNA that contain a repeated sequence, and I'm counting the number of repeats you have at several different locations on different chromosomes. So when I generate a profile, you essentially see a set of numbers at several different locations.
Thank you. Now, when we talk about forensic DNA analysis, at its most basic form, is it essentially a forensic tool of comparison?
That's correct.
So just your job, kind of just to summarize it, are you looking at evidence that is taken from a piece of evidence at a scene and developing a DNA profile from that?
Correct.
And then if there's anything to compare it to, any buccal swabs or reference samples, are you then comparing that to the developed DNA profile from the buccal swab?
That's correct.
Now, just a couple of definitions just to define. What is an evidentiary sample?
An evidentiary sample is one where I do not know the source of that DNA, and that could be coming from the scene or comes from maybe a particular person's clothing, that you know the source of that clothing, but I don't know how that DNA got there, so it's considered evidentiary. It's unknown to me at the time.
What about a reference sample?
So a reference sample is one where I know where the source of that DNA profile is coming from, and they usually take the form of a buccal swab, which is essentially a Q-tip swabbing of the inner cheek, or a blood sample.
Now, when a comparison is done between an evidentiary sample and a reference sample, what are the options in terms of the DNA analyst's conclusions?
Yeah, so there's essentially three conclusions I can make when I do my comparisons. The first one could be an exclusion, where the reference material does not match the evidentiary material, so they're not a contributor there. There's an inclusion or a match, where the evidentiary profile matches the reference material, or the profile generated from the evidence is inconclusive. There's not enough information for me to make a comparison.
Okay, so when there is an exclusion, does your analysis end there?
It does.
Now, when there's a finding of an inclusion, in other words, that the person of interest is a match to the evidentiary profile, does your analysis end there?
It does not. So once I have a scenario where someone matches, I need to provide some kind of association or strength to that match, and that's when I'll do a statistical analysis to provide a strength to that match.
Okay, so just to be clear, you don't just say that the person is an inclusion or a match. You have to provide some sort of statistic to demonstrate the rarity of that match. Is that right?
That's correct.
What is the statistic that you used back in 2018?
The statistic I used was called a random match probability. So that's the chance that an individually randomly selected from the population of unrelated individual matches that profile of interest.
Could you give us an easy example of that?
Yes. Let's say, for example, I did a comparison and I generated a profile, and that profile then matches the reference material. So I have a match. I decide what I have to do with that match. Now, my statistic provide a weight. So let's say, just for example, the stat comes to 1 in a million individuals. So what that is essentially saying, if I had a random population of 1 million people, I would only expect one person to match that profile.
Now, in terms of the reason for providing a statistic, is it fair to say that you can have a match, and the statistic, though, for the match could be very different in terms of the strength of that? Is that
Correct.
right? So, for example, you can have a match, and the statistic could only be 1 in 2. Is that right?
That's correct.
That is very different from a match where you have a statistic of 1 in 1 quintillion. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And so essentially the purpose of providing the statistic, like you said, is to give weight to any sort of inclusion or match.
Correct.
Now, as human beings, how much of our DNA is the same? In other words, how much DNA do we all share with one another?
Over 99% of our DNA is similar between individuals.
And is that why we all have, for example, 2 eyes, 2 ears, nose, etc.?
That's one way of saying it.
So if so much of our DNA is the same, and I know you touched on this before, but if so much of our DNA is the same, then how is it that forensic DNA analysis is able to be used as a tool of comparison?
Yeah, so we have a small region of our DNA that is useful in distinguishing individuals from each other, and that was those short tandem repeats that I was talking about. So that those regions of your DNA are different from one another for enough. Their difference is enough for me to be able to say whether someone matches or doesn't match, and then a statistic if needed.
So when you're talking about DNA analysis, are you looking at that little small region that's different among all of our DNA?
That's correct.
And is there a lot of variability among individuals within that very small region that you use for DNA analysis?
There's enough variability for me to make those distinguishing between individuals.
Now, I think you said it, but when you do DNA analysis, you're targeting specific non-coding regions within that within that small percent. Is that right?
So I didn't specify that, but those short tandem repeats are in regions of our DNA that are not coding for any particular function.
When you say repeats, what does that mean?
Yeah, so when I was talking about the short tandem repeat, you can kind of think of it as like beads of a necklace. Some necklaces might be longer than others, so one necklace might have 11 beads, one necklace might have 12 beads, one might have 20 beads. So what your repeats are just a block of repeats. I'm counting the number of repeats of a segment of sequence. So let's say your sequence is just, for example, A, B, C, D. That sequence is repeated 14 times, 15 times, 16 times. So that's the variability between people. I can detect the number of repeats at several different locations across your DNA.
Now, how many repeats do we all have at a particular area?
I am not sure I
I'm
understand the
sorry.
question.
Let me ask you it this way. What is an allele?
Allele is a different form of a gene. In terms of STR testing, we're going to refer to the allele as the number of repeats. So at one particular location, you could have anywhere ranging from 10 to 20 repeats. So if you had 10 repeats, I will say you have the 10 allele at that location. If you have 15 repeats, you have 15 allele at that location.
And when we talk about a location, is that called a loci?
Loci is plural, locus is singular.
Okay. So at we'll call it each locus, we all have two alleles, is that right?
Correct.
Is one inherited from mom and one inherited from dad?
That's correct.
And just to be clear, are you looking at that small percentage, that small region where we all differ to look at the alleles that are present?
Correct.
Okay, so for example, at a particular locus, you might be a 13 and a 14, and I might be a 1 and a 2, is that right?
Correct.
And then do you look at, is there a certain number of loci that you look at in DNA testing?
Yeah, so the kit that I'm using in my testing tests 27 different locations.
And that loci, is that a predetermined set of locations that you're always looking at in each and every DNA analysis?
The kit we're using, they are the same set of 27 locations.
Now, before we move on, can you explain the difference between a single source sample of DNA and a mixture?
Yes. A single source profile is one in which there's only one contributor. I would only expect it to be 2 alleles at every location tested. In a mixed sample is when there's more than one contributor. There could be 2 people, 3 people, 4 people, and so forth and so on. And that's indicated by the presence of 3 or more alleles at any particular location.
Now, within a mixture, is there sometimes something called a major and a minor profile?
There is.
What is that?
So when I'm analyzing my data and looking at profiles, I can make a determination of the number of contributors in there. And based on one person's contribution of DNA to the others, there could be times when I can separate out those components. So someone who has more DNA would have a major contribution, they'd be the major contributor. If someone had less DNA, they would be the minor contributor.
Now, I want to talk about how you go about generating a DNA profile from either a piece of evidence or a buccal swab. So in very general terms, are there essentially 2 parts to the process of DNA analysis?
You're talking about in the way I generate a profile?
I guess I'll ask it this way. Is there a laboratory process?
Yes, there is a 4-step procedure to generate a DNA profile in the laboratory, and that is the same for both the reference material or any evidentiary material. The first step in that process is extraction. That's getting those cells off the substrate, for example, a piece of clothing, breaking open those cells and releasing the DNA into solution. The second step is quantification. That is determining how much DNA was extracted. The third step is amplification, and this is a technique. In the amplification, we're using a technique called PCR, or polymerase chain reaction. So what we are doing in PCR is essentially xeroxing the DNA to produce many copies so it can be detected, because in its initial stage it's undetectable. I'm producing many copies of those targeted locations to generate a profile through this PCR reaction. So once I developed enough DNA through that amplification process, we go to the fourth and final step, which is detection. And this is where the amplified product goes into a machine called a genetic analyzer, and it separates all those different amplified locations and puts it in a readable format for me to interpret.
Now, what is an electropharogram?
An electropharogram is that readable output of data of a DNA profile. It contains all the essentially peaks or signals of all those locations that I tested.
So is it fair to say that that 4-step laboratory process ends with the culmination of the electropharogram?
Yes.
Once that is done, so once you have your electropharogram, what is the next step in the process of DNA analysis once your profile is generated?
Once my profile is generated and I have data, the next would be determined is if I generated a profile, is there a profile? Can I interpret this profile? Is there a single source or mixed sample here? If I have evidentiary samples, I will do the same thing. And then if I have profiles for both evidence and reference materials, I will make comparisons to those profiles. and present my findings in the report.
Now, how do you, as a DNA analyst, look at that electropharogram and make a determination as to the number of contributors?
I was kind of talking about this earlier with mixtures. So in cases where I only observe 2 alleles at every location, it's an indication that it's single source or just one person present here. When there is more than 2 alleles, it's an indication that there's a mixture of more than one individual. So when we are talking about inheriting DNA and you get half your DNA from your mother and your father, I would expect 1 allele from your mother and 1 allele from your father. So if there was only 1 person in this sample, I would expect 2 numbers at every location tested. So when there's a mixture, you have another person involved, so you could have potentially 3 or 4 in a 2-person mixture, and they just get more and more presence of alleles as the number of contributors increase.
Now, earlier we were talking about the statistic and the importance of a statistic. Is there something at the New Jersey State Police Lab called source attribution?
There is.
And what is that?
So when I have a match and I do a statistic, it gives a number of a 1-in number. So if someone matches, I report out that statistic. When someone is a source, that statistic has to reach a certain threshold. At the time of this report, that statistic is 1 in 7 trillion. So whenever I have a statistic that crosses that 1 in 7 trillion threshold, I am able to say they're the source of that profile. So they still match, but it's a higher match of saying they're the source. And what that means is, it is my opinion, when someone's a source of a DNA profile, it's their profile to the exclusion of anyone else.
So essentially, when you say somebody is the source, that is the strongest statement you can make as far as inclusion. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, for each case that you get assigned to and work on, do you prepare a report?
I do.
And what does that report include?
That report includes several things. There's a header on the report that contains information as the case number, the agency case number, the submitting agency name and address, the laboratory address, the date of the report, the evidence received, and then any conclusions that I make about it as well.
And in this particular case, were all of your reports peer-reviewed?
They were.
Now, before we move on to the work that you performed in this case, could you explain some of the limitations to DNA analysis that were present back in 2018 at the time you worked on this case?
Yeah, so some of the limitations are largely due to the quality and quantity of the DNA sample. So the tools I had at my time were affected if there was poor quality or very low level DNAs. It also was affected by the number of contributors, the statistics I could do, or interpretations or deconvolution of mixtures weren't possible once I got about 3 contributors. The field has moved into technology that can account for those limitations now.
Now, at the time, if you came across a DNA sample that was either a mixture that was too complex or DNA that was just too low, what, if anything, would you do?
So I would acknowledge that a result was obtained. I would state something that no conclusions will be reached concerning this profile about any contributors due to the quality or quantity of the profile.
Now, turning to the present case, were you assigned to perform DNA testing and analysis on certain items of evidence relating to State of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro?
Yes.
Now, were there 2 case numbers under which you performed your analyses in this case?
There was.
Okay. And did the work that you performed include items under each case number?
It did.
Okay, I'd like to try to go through this chronologically with you. So I'm going to show you what's been marked as S476. Show me pencil. All right, do you recognize S476?
I do.
And what is that?
S476 is a copy of a report. It's a 1-page report for laboratory case number C18-10138, and the report is dated 11/27/2018.
The items on the report, are they listed as items 1 through 5?
It's 1 through 4, then 5-1.
Sorry. And then what are the other items listed?
7-1, 9-1-1, 9-2-1, 9-3-1, and 9-4-1.
Now, items 1 through 4, what are those?
Items 1 through 4 were reference materials. Item 1 was a reference material for Jennifer Caneiro. Item 2 was a reference material for Jesse Caneiro. Item 3 was a reference material for Sophia Caneiro. And item 4 was a reference item for Keith Caneiro.
Okay, and were DNA profiles developed for each of the 4 individuals?
They were.
And was that for comparison purposes?
That's correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S477. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
S477 is what is called a DNA worksheet for laboratory case number C18-10138.
Okay, and then does it list each individual on there as number 1, 2, 3, and 4?
Correct. It contains items 1 through 4, which were those reference materials I just described.
So Jennifer is what number?
Jennifer is number 1.
Who's 2?
Jesse Caneiro.
3?
Keith Caneiro. Sophia Caneiro.
And 4.
Keith Caneiro.
So when you developed the profiles for each of the 4 victims, did you essentially have to develop electrophorograms?
That's
For
correct.
each of them? I'd like to use this just as an example. I'm not going to do this for each item, but I'm going to show you what's been marked as S478. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
S478 is 2 pages. It is an electrophoregram for item number 3 from case number C18-10138.
So is that Sophia Caneiro's electrophoregram?
That's correct.
So essentially that is her DNA profile.
Correct.
Judge, permission to publish?
Any objection? No. Okay, you can.
Thank you. Can we have the back table, please? Okay. Sir, what you see on the screen here, can you just explain to us what we're looking at? Maybe it'll help just to see it. You explained an electrophoregram before, but just to see it in context.
Yes, so this is the first page of the electrophoregram. I don't know if you guys can necessarily see these dark banners at the top, if you can see the writing.
Sir, what we're going to do is, I don't mean to cut you off, we're going to give you a stylus, and you can use that. Yeah.
So, can I just touch it, or
Yeah.
is that working? Okay. Oops.
You could
Okay.
you can undo it on the side button.
So if you look,
It's right over here, one of
Oh,
the
undo?
side buttons. You can undo it. Yeah. Thank you.
technology, guys. Okay, so we're zoomed in right now. So if you see this top banner up here,
Just do it on your screen, because if you try to do
I am.
both-
It's just not. I can't tell if it's doing anything. Okay. So right where I put that little hash mark, that top banner going across that page, which they're kind of shaded out, is all the different locations I'm testing. So these are just representative of the first grouping of locations. So these are those different loci that, or locus, singular, that I'm testing to generate a DNA profile. If you go below that, you'll see a peak with numbers underneath of it. So there's a peak there, and then there's numbers under here. That first one technically isn't a number. That's called a melogenin. That's the sex-determining chromosome. So XX would be female, XY would be male. So you see one single X here, technically two X's, because she got an X from each parent. So that this profile is female. If you move to that next location, you can see there's a 15 here. So this is a location where someone has 15 repeats from each parent. Next location.
Can I just ask you, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, why is there only one peak there if we get two alleles from each parent?
Yeah, so you get two alleles from each parent, but they are common alleles. There's a range of only potential numbers you can get at a particular location, like from 11 to 20. So you could share the same allele from each parent, so it's just only going to be represented one time. In a table format, I would write this down as a 15-15, but it's only given one signal because only a 15 repeat was observed at this location. So there's a single allele here representing both from each parent. That next location, you can see there's actually two, so they got a 16 from one parent and a 17.3 from the other parent. So what you see here as you go across, there's a set of peaks that represent your DNA profile at a particular location. And when I interpret this profile, I put it into a table format saying at one particular location, that first one you're 1515, that second one you're 1617.3, and so on and so forth across every location. I just notate those numbers in this single source profile.
Thank you. Now, if there was another contributor here, what would you expect to see?
I'll try to draw this in for you towards the other end of the table or electrophotogram. You would see potentially 4 peaks, maybe 3 peaks. So I would expect to see a third peak somewhere in this profile, if not at multiple locations, that indicate the presence of another contributor.
Okay. But just to be clear, this is Sophia Caneiro's single source for her profile.
Correct.
Thank you. Judge, can we preserve this?
Sure.
Are
This
we
is
raised?
478.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want me to draw them back in?
If you can,
Yeah.
that'd be great.
So, there,
It
there.
has to be exact.
Okay, I'm sorry
No,
about
I'm
that.
just kidding.
I
I know
think
what you
that's
mean.
really mostly what was important. Sorry about that.
Okay. All right, we're going to 478.1.
Thank you. Down.
Now you can undo it.
Yes or no?
Yes, you're good. Thank you.
I'm going to show you, you mentioned an allele table.
Yes.
So that electrophotogram, the DNA profile on there, does that get converted over into an allele table?
That's correct.
Does that just make it easier to look at, essentially?
Yes, it makes it easier to look at and then to compare profiles from evidentiary to reference materials.
I'm showing counsel S479. I'm going to ask if you recognize this.
I do.
And what is that?
So S479 is the allele table I generated for case number C18-10139 for references 1, 2, 3, and 4.
So is Sophia Caneiro's allele table listed under number 3 there?
Yes, her profile's under number 3.
Okay, and just for pedagogical purposes, Judge, permission to publish this. S479.
Mr. Murray?
No, Judge.
Okay, you can.
Maybe zoom in a little bit up. So if you could point out to us where you see Sophia's allele chart. Now, do you see where it says on the side there's like a row under specimen numbers?
Yes.
Are each of those a locus?
Yes.
Okay, so each of those represents a location on that small percentage of DNA that differs among all of us. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so now at the first locus, how do you say that?
Melagena.
Okay, what is Sophia?
And sex.
And is that mean she's a female?
Correct.
Okay, so for example, if we look over at victim 4, which is Jesse, he's what?
An XY
And that would represent what?
male.
Okay. And just to, if you could explain, just to, where we look at D3S1358, that locus, what is Sophia?
1515.
Okay, and this essentially, you go down the line, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I want to keep this up, but if we could go back to your report. Can you please go through, we went through numbers 1 through 4. What are the rest of the items on there?
I'm going to refer to my report. That's
You
fine.
can. Just a one lick.
Thank you. Item 5-1 was a portion of a swab of a handle from a knife. Item 7-1 was a portion of a swab of a handle from a knife. Item 9-1-1 was a portion of a sample from the blade of a knife. Item 9-2-1 was a portion of a sample from the blade of the knife. Item 9-3-1 was a portion of a sample from the blade of a knife. Item 9-4-1 was a portion from swabbing from a handle of a knife.
Now, items 1 through 4, the reference samples. Next to that, where it says comments, what does it say under those comments for each of them?
Results obtained.
Okay. And then, what about item 5-1, the swab of the handle from knife? What is the comment there?
Results obtained.
Okay. What does that mean, results obtained?
That means I got some kind of data, some kind of profile for that item.
Okay. Now, when you have results obtained, it doesn't necessarily mean you're able to make any comparisons, right?
Correct.
But you've got some DNA from it.
Correct.
Now, items 7-1 through all of the 9s. What do you say under comments?
No results.
Okay, what does that mean?
That means I generated no DNA profile for these items.
Okay, so aside from the 4 victims' buckle swab or FTA cards, the only results you got were from item 5-1, the portion of the handle from the knife. Is that right?
Correct.
Was there an allele chart created for that? That evidentiary sample 5-1?
Yes.
Okay. And prior to that, did you have to, you obviously, your work, did that culminate in an electrophonogram?
It did.
I'm showing counsel what's been marked as S480. I'm showing you what's been marked as S480. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
S480 is the allele table I generated for item 5-1 for laboratory case number C18-10138.
Okay. So if you could, can you explain to us, let me ask you this first. When you generated your profile or the profile on 5-1, what did you do with it after that profile was generated? So in other words, after you had your electrophonogram?
So once I had my electrophonogram, I determined, was there DNA present? The number of contributors, is this single source or mixture? Is this profile interpretable?
Okay, and was it?
Yes, it was.
What, if any, comparisons did you do?
So I took the profile I generated from 5-1 and compared it to any reference material that was available for this case.
Okay, so just to be clear, you compared that profile from 5-1 to Jennifer Caneiro's profile?
Correct.
And each and every of the 4 victims, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, what, if any, conclusions did you make?
Yes, I'm going to refer to my report if that's fine.
Okay, just tell us the number.
Yes, so for State Exhibit 476, with regards to item 5-1, my conclusion was that the STR DNA profile of Sophia Caneiro matches the STR DNA profile from item 5-1. The calculated frequency of the STR DNA profile is 1 in at least 726 million for randomly selected unrelated individuals. I also concluded that Jennifer Caneiro, Jesse Caneiro, and Keith Caneiro are excluded as possible contributors to the DNA as possible contributors to the STR DNA profile obtained from item 5-1.
Can you, by using this allele table, can you explain how you would exclude somebody from the profile on the evidentiary sample?
Yes. So what I do is I will look at the evidence profile, which you can see that's displayed up here. So for example, if you look at this second location, that is D3 S1358, item 1 was a 1517, and the reported profile for item 5-1 was a 1550. In a single source sample, I only need one of these numbers to differ to exclude. So in the case of the evidence at the 1515, that reference has that 17, so it's not consistent with that individual location. And I do that at every location that I generated a profile to see how they match or don't match to determine if they include or exclude. Now, on the other side of that, if someone matches, you can see that in reference number 3, I have a 1515 for that type, and my evidentiary sample is a 1515. So at this location, they're matching. And then I would go down to the rest of the developed profile to see how they match or do not match.
I'm going to leave that with you just to conclude on this particular, on your report, you included, your conclusion was you included Sophia Caneiro on 5-1.
Yes.
And you gave random match probability of one in at least 726 million.
Correct.
I'm going to take that back just to keep everything together.
All of them?
Yes. Thank you.
We're going to print what's on the screen, which is S480.1.
I'm going to show you. 479.
479, sorry about that. 479.1.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as S411 and S481. Starting with S481, do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
481 is a two-page copy of the report I generated for laboratory case number C18-10139. It's dated 11/27/2018.
And do you recognize S411?
I do.
And what is that?
S411 is the evidence receipt. It is 2 pages for case number C18-10139. That is dated as received 11/23/18.
We can take this off the screen. Thank you. All right, so I'm going to ask if you could look at your report, item 1-1-1. Do you see that?
I do.
What is that?
It's a portion of a swabbing of a glove.
And what does that correspond to on the evidence receipt?
Item number 1.
What is that?
Item number 1 is a burnt nitrile glove, black.
Okay. And were any results obtained?
Yes.
Can you explain?
With regards to item 1-1-1, the STR DNA profile was not of sufficient quantity or quality for comparison purposes.
What does that mean?
So the data, the profile generated didn't meet the laboratory's procedures, protocols to do a comparison, so I was not able to make any conclusions to anyone's contribution to that profile.
Okay, if we could go to item 2-1. What is that?
That is a portion of a swab from the left side of front door frame.
What does that correspond to on the evidence receipt?
Item number 2.
And is that essentially the same description?
Yes, it is.
Okay, were results obtained?
Yes, they were.
And what were those?
With regards to 2-1, Jennifer Caneiro, Jesse Caneiro, Sophia Caneiro, and Keith Caneiro are excluded as a possible contributor to the DNA profile obtained.
Now, does this end up coming back to firefighter Sean Edson later in another report? And if you're not sure, I'll show you that report later.
Don't remember off the top of my head.
The suspense, okay. Item 3-1, what is that?
3-1 is a portion of the swab of foyer wall.
And what does that correspond to in the evidence receipt?
Item 3 with the same description.
Okay, any results?
Yes, results were obtained.
Okay, what were those?
For item 3-1, Jennifer Caneiro, Jesse Caneiro, Sophia Caneiro, and Keith Caneiro are excluded as a possible contributor to the DNA profile from item 3-1.
What is the next item that you have on your report that you tested?
6-1-1-1. That is a portion of the staining of a front left thigh area of jeans.
Now, on the evidence receipt, does that correspond to item 6?
It does.
Okay, and that just says one paper bag of chart articles.
Correct.
Now, all of your number 6s are going to correspond to what was in that bag, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, we'll just have sub numbers for each item that was in the bag.
Correct.
So 6111 is the portion of the staining of the jeans that you just read, is that right?
Correct.
What, if any, results were obtained?
With regards to 6-1-1-1, the STR DNA profile obtained is not of sufficient quantity or quality for comparison purposes.
The next item is what?
6-1-2-1.
And what is that?
That's a portion staining of front left shin area of jeans.
Were results obtained?
They were.
And what were those results?
With regards to 6-1-2-1, Sophia Caneiro is identified as the source of the STR DNA profile obtained.
Okay, now I see that there's no statistic there, is that correct?
There's no statistic directly under this conclusion statement. It is covered by a footer at the end of the report.
And again, why is that?
So with regards to source attribution, I have to cross the statistic of 1 in 7 trillion, and that's always going to be the same number. So we just have that listed as a footer at the bottom of the report. Whenever source is mentioned, it's referenced at the bottom of that report.
And here, are you identifying Sophia Caneiro as the source?
That's correct.
What is the next item?
6-1-3-1, that was a portion staining of front right thigh area of jeans.
The results obtained.
They were.
And what were they?
With regards to 6-1-3-1, Sophia Caneiro is identified as the source of the STR profile obtained.
How about 6-1-4-1?
That is a staining of the front right shin area of jeans.
Were results obtained?
They were.
And what was the conclusion of that?
The STR profile obtained from 6-1-4-1 was not of sufficient quality or quantity for comparison purposes.
What is the next item listed?
6-1-5-1, that was a portion of staining of rear left calf area of jeans.
Were results obtained?
They were.
And what was the conclusion?
Sophia Caneiro is identified as the source of this STR DNA profile obtained from 6-1-5-1.
And again, just to be clear, no statistic is given because these have actually reached source attribution, is that right?
Statistic is given, but it's in the footer of that report.
How about the next item, what is that?
6-1-6-1, that was a portion swapping of inside waistband of jeans.
Any results?
No results were obtained.
Now, what is the next item?
6-2-1-1, that's a portion staining of front right shoulder area of t-shirt.
Okay, any results?
Yes.
And what was that?
Jennifer Caneiro, Jesse Caneiro, Sophia Caneiro, and Keith Caneiro are excluded as a possible contributor to item 6-2-1-1.
Did your report mention anything about any further comparisons? Or anything being needed for further comparison?
Yes.
What is that?
So on page 2, I stated that no conclusions can be reached concerning another possible contributor to the STR DNA profiles obtained from the items examined without submission of a buccal swab reference.
I'm sure my counsel has been marked as S482 and S483. I'm going to show you the same. If we could start with S482, what is that, if you recognize it?
I do. S482 is the DNA worksheet I generated for laboratory case number C18-10139. It is item 20, and it's a reference sample from Paul Caneiro.
From Paul Caneiro?
Correct.
And what is the date on there? Or is there a date?
The date on my worksheet is 11/27/18.
Okay. S481, do you have that in front of you?
Yes.
All right, and do you recognize that?
S481 is the report I was just talking about for C18-10139 that was dated 11/27/2018.
Actually, I should ask you, what is item 20? What is that listed as?
So, item 20 was from State Exhibit 483, which was a report I generated for C18-10139. That report date is 11/29/2018, and that is for item 20, the DNA reference from Paul Caneiro.
Okay, are there any conclusions on that report made by you?
There are.
What is that?
Paul Caneiro is identified as the source of the STR DNA profile obtained from items 6-2-1-1 and 7-1-1. I also concluded that Paul Caneiro is excluded as a possible contributor to the STR DNA profile obtained from item 2-1 and 3-1.
Okay, now you indicated that Paul Caneiro was identified as the source of the STR DNA profile obtained from 6-2-1-1. Can you just remind us, what is that?
So that is a match or a conclusion, and the statistic for that source attribution is when it reaches that threshold of 1 in 7 trillion.
But I mean, what item is that?
Oh,
Just to remind us,
sorry.
we've been going through the lot. That's okay.
The item 6-2-1?
Yes.
That is the swab, the portion staining of front right shoulder area of the t-shirt.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to show you what's been marked as S484. Show me pencil. Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is that?
S484 is a copy of a report I generated for C18-10138. It's dated 11/29/2018.
Okay. What, if any, conclusions do you make in that report?
I concluded that Paul Caneiro is excluded as a possible contributor to the STR DNA profile obtained from item 5-1.
Now, 5-1 was what you previously concluded, or made conclusions as to, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that was specifically the handle of the knife, is that right?
Correct.
If we could go back now and go through, finish the items on your report S481. We finished off, or we left off with item 6-2-1-1, which was the front right shoulder of the t-shirt, which you already told us about. Can we take a look at the next item underneath that?
Yes.
And what is that labeled as?
6-2-2-1. That is a portion swabbing of inside collar of t-shirt.
Any results obtained?
Yes.
And what was that?
The STR DNA profile obtained from item 6-2-2-1 is not of sufficient quantity or quality for comparison purposes.
And just to be clear, 6-2-2-1, that same t-shirt that you previously got results from the shoulder on?
Correct.
What is the next item in your report listed?
6-3-1-1-1-1.
And what is that?
A portion of a sample of a glove.
Okay. And again, this is, just to be clear, it's from item 6, so it's that pile.
Correct.
Were results obtained?
They were.
And what are those results?
A mixed STR DNA profile consistent with at least 2 contributors was obtained from item 6-3-1-1-1-1. Assuming 2 contributors, Sophia Caneiro is identified as a source of the interpreted major STR DNA profile. The minor STR DNA profile is not of sufficient quantity or quality for comparison purposes.
Okay. What is the next item listed?
6-3-1-1-2-1.
And what is that?
It's a portion swabbing of inside of glove.
Any results?
No results.
What is the next item listed?
6-3-1-2-1-1. Portion swabbing of glove.
Any results obtained?
Yes, they were.
And what were they?
The STR DNA profile obtained from item 6-3-1-2-1-1 is not of sufficient quantity or quality for comparison purposes.
What is the next item listed on your report?
I think we're at 6-3-1-2, 6-3-1-2-1-1.
Okay, and what is that?
That's a portion swabbing of glove.
Okay, any results?
Just did.
Yeah, I think we.
Yeah, basically, okay, so we're going,
That was the
Just
one.
did.
my fault, I apologize.
Is it,
Got it all on my head right here.
I'll ask you this. Is the next item 7-1-1?
It is.
Okay, what is that?
That is a staining of a bandage.
Okay. Any results obtained?
Yes.
And what is that?
Jennifer Caneiro, Jesse Caneiro, Sophia Caneiro, and Keith Caneiro are excluded as a possible contributor to the STR profile obtained from 7-1-1.
Now, just in looking at the corresponding evidence receipt, just to be clear, is this a bandage that was obtained from the center console cup holder of a car?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, if you can go and look back and look at S483, which is your report dated 11/29/18, do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and the number is 10139. What does that, your report, indicate with respect to the results of 7-1-1?
Paul Caneiro is identified as the source of the STR DNA profile obtained from item 7-1-1.
Okay, and finally, item 8-1-1 on your report, what is that?
That's a portion swabbing of glove.
And if you could look at the evidence receipt and just explain what that is, if there's any further explanation of that glove.
So this is from State Exhibit 411. Item 8 is a piece of black glove from rear passenger seat, driver's side, NJ Reg DCJ 3105.
Any results obtained from that?
No results were obtained.
So just to recap from this particular report, you had Sophia Caneiro as the source of the DNA on the front left shin of the jeans,
Correct.
the front right thigh of the jeans,
Correct.
the rear left calf of the jeans,
Correct.
and on one of the black nitrile gloves. Is that right?
Correct.
I'm just going to, I don't have a specific objection, but I'm just going to say that obviously these are all leading questions that are coming from the state's direct.
Okay. I agree that they are leading. However, I'm going to allow it based on the fact that just trying to get through these numbers sequentially and making sure that the jurors can understand it, I'm going to allow the leading form of these questions for now. Obviously, when we get beyond this, Mr. Murray, if you want to stand up again and object, I'll make sure that I listen carefully on that. Okay?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir.
I'm going to show you. Hold on, I'm going to take this back.
Sir, can you just hit the undo on there, if you don't mind? We just have a random circle. Thank you.
Show you what's been marked, and I'll show council first is S485. Do you recognize this?
I do.
And what is that?
S45 is a copy of a report I generated for laboratory case number C18-10138. It is dated 12/4/2018.
And what in particular is that?
This is a report for item 13-1-1, which was a portion of a swab.
The portion of the swab, were there any results obtained from that?
Yes.
And what were those?
My conclusion was the STR DNA profile from item 13-1-1 is not of sufficient quantity or quality for comparison purposes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S486. Showing counsel. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
S486 is a copy of a report I generated for laboratory case number C18-10138. 15-10139, dated 12/4/2018.
And what does that indicate?
This is for item 15-1-1, which was a portion of a swab.
Are there results?
No results were obtained.
No results, okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked as S487, showing counsel. Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is that?
S487 is a copy of a report I generated for laboratory case number C18-10138, dated 2/11/2019.
Okay. Specifically, are there any item numbers listed on there?
Yes, there are.
What is that?
Item 2, the DNA reference from Jesse Caneiro. Item 4, the DNA reference from Keith Caneiro. And item 10-1-1, which was a portion swab for E-cells cartridge.
Okay. And the case number on there is, what is the case number, if you could tell us?
C18-10138.
So we're talking about the Colts Neck scene, is that correct?
I don't remember off the top of my head the locations.
Were any results obtained nonetheless from that swab?
No results were obtained.
Thank you. I'm just going to mix them up. Finally, I'm going to show you what has been marked as S488. I'm showing counsel first. Sorry. I'm going to ask if you recognize that.
I do.
What is that?
S488 is a copy of a report I generated for laboratory case number C18-10139, dated 2/11/2019.
Now, the first item that's listed there, can you tell us what that is?
Item 6-1-7-1 is a portion staining jeans front left thigh area.
Okay, and just to be clear, you said the date on here was 2/11/19?
Correct.
Okay, so was this additional testing from areas of the jeans?
Yes.
All right, so 6-1-7-1, portion staining of the jeans front left thigh area. Were any results obtained?
There were.
What was that?
A mixed STR DNA profile consistent with at least 2 contributors was obtained from item 6-1-7-1. Assuming 2 contributors, Sophia Caneiro is identified as a source of the interpreted major STR DNA profile. The minor STR DNA profile obtained is not of sufficient quantity or quality for comparison purposes.
What is the next item listed?
6-1-8-1, that was a portion staining jeans front right shin area.
Were results obtained?
Yes.
And what were those results?
Sophia Caneiro is identified as a source of the STR DNA profile obtained from item 6-1-8-1.
What is the next item listed?
6-1-9-1, this was a portion staining jeans inside pockets and the knee areas.
Were any results obtained?
No results were obtained.
And what is the last item on there?
6-4-1-1, portion swab of live round.
Okay, any results obtained?
No results were obtained.
Judge, I have nothing further.
Okay, Cross.
When you were making these allele tables for the major contributors that you were looking at, did you make allele tables also for the minor contributors?
I don't believe I did so. I would have to look at my actual data to see if I did or didn't.
Yeah, okay, because I'm looking at 6-1-7-1. I see a major, but I don't see a minor.
Yeah, so generally, we didn't always report in the allele table the minor alleles that was deemed not useful for comparison purposes, so we didn't list it in the table.
Okay. So places where we've heard you testify, I think it was in 6-3, 6-1-7, where there was not enough information at the time, at least, to engage in further testing. We wouldn't expect to see an allele table for a minor contributor.
That sounds correct.
Okay, got it. And obviously, if we don't know anything about the genetic profile of the minor contributor, we can't make any statements about who is or isn't a potential contributor.
Yeah, based on our protocols, the quality of that profile was not suitable for any comparison, so I'm not saying anyone matches or doesn't match included or excluded. It's just inconclusive.
Right. It could be anybody.
Possibly.
Okay. So let's just go back here. What you were doing here, and this is back in 2018, is this is a more, I don't want to say more traditional method of analysis, but obviously the method of analysis has changed somewhat in your laboratory and laboratories across the world since 2018. Would that be fair to say?
I'm understanding properly. Our procedure of generating the profile is the same. It's the interpretation of that profile that has changed.
Right. Because now there's a computer program that wasn't available in 2018 that is widely used.
It was available in 2018. It wasn't utilized by the state police at the New Jersey State Police at the time.
You're right. I'm sorry. I misspoke. The state police was not yet using it.
That's correct.
Okay. When you were doing this testing back in 2018, you had to do the interpretation, the analysis and interpretation of these samples. You had to first determine whether there was enough of the sample to engage in further testing, right?
Correct.
And if there was enough of the sample, you had to determine whether it was a single source or whether it was possibly a mixed profile.
Correct.
And a mixed profile means that we have reason to believe that there's more than one person who contributed to the sample.
Correct.
And we believe that sometimes based on these electropherograms that we saw today.
Correct.
Right? Because if we see on the electropherogram that there's a place where there should be two alleles and there's evidence of more than two, we know for a fact that more than one person had to contribute to that sample.
Yes.
There's also, we see in those electropherograms, and we saw one electropherogram today, and that was from a direct sample, a reference sample of a person, right?
Correct.
And when we get a reference sample, what we saw in that was that we had a very clear genetic profile coming across the electropherogram, right?
Correct.
And we would expect that when we get a reference sample, because what we're trying to do when we get a buccal swab or a blood draw is get the full profile of the person, right?
That's correct.
And so what we see there is the buccal swab obviously was, or what the swabbing that was done to obtain that DNA was obviously effective. It yielded a full profile.
For the reference materials?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
That is not going to always be the case with evidentiary items.
That's correct.
Because evidentiary items, you could get a DNA sample that's worthy of further testing. There's enough of it. You can reproduce copies of it. You can engage in analysis of it. But it may, even after doing all that, it may not yield a full genetic profile. Right?
Correct.
So there's going to be many loci along which a profile from an evidence sample might be missing information.
That's correct.
And in fact, I think you were shown the allele table that was done, or the amplifications that were done for evidence item 5-1 today.
Correct.
And what we saw in that is, well, first of all, there's an AMP1 and an AMP2, and then there's a consensus table, right?
Correct.
And AMP1 means that's the first amplification that you run,
Yes.
and then you run a second amplification,
That's correct.
and you're gonna look to see where there's consensus between those amplifications.
Correct.
And based on that consensus, there could be consensus or there could be discrepancies, right?
Correct.
And if there's discrepancies, I'm supposing that's going to be an indication that that would be a likelihood that there's more than one person that could be a contributor,
Not always.
but potentially.
It could be scenario.
Yeah. In this particular case, when you ran 5-1, you ran it twice, and you have this consensus table for that item, right?
That's correct.
Now, there's numerous places along that allele table where information is missing.
Correct.
And that's not really anybody's fault. It's not a failing of the laboratory necessarily. It just, there wasn't genetic information about those loci that were available from the sample that you tested.
Yes, it's just the nature of the sample.
Right. So you're dealing with what you have, right?
Correct.
And when you get evidence from wherever you get it, and it's brought to you by detectives usually, I'd imagine, right?
Yes.
And they find it at crime scenes or wherever they believe relevant information could be coming from, right?
Correct.
They bring it to you, right?
Correct.
You have no control over the method of its collection.
No,
You don't have any control over the method of its transport.
I do not.
You don't have any control, nor does anybody in law enforcement, of how the items are deposited prior to being found by law enforcement.
I do not, yeah.
And we also, I think, can understand that you have no control over how long an item of evidence sits in a location before being found and collected,
I have no control on that.
and what happens to that item of evidence as it sits there.
Yes,
There's no control over that.
that's correct.
But all of these things are going to potentially impact the results that you could get from an item of evidence in terms of your testing.
Definitely.
And, obviously DNA degrades over time, right?
That's correct.
We also know that DNA can accumulate on items that sit in a particular location for a period of time.
It's a possibility.
I mean, one of the things that happens with our bodies is that we grow new skin, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes,
and it's like they say, I think it's like the biggest organ in our body.
I believe so.
And what it's doing is it's constantly regenerating itself, right?
Correct.
And that means we have to constantly be growing new skin cells to regenerate this skin that we carry on the external part of our body, right?
Correct.
But the old ones, the old skin cells, are also constantly falling off of us.
It happens.
We don't really know how often it happens, right?
I'm not aware of that.
But we can surmise that it is fairly constantly happening.
I'm not familiar with the rate of shedding and how it differs between people, so that's outside my area of expertise.
Okay. Okay. But you would agree that it's a pretty, for all people with skin, right? Skin shedding is a phenomenon.
Correct.
And when we shed skin, we wouldn't necessarily be aware it's even happening, right?
Correct.
I mean, we're talking about very small amounts of our body, of our genetic material potentially, flaking off and going wherever they land, right?
Possibly.
You were able, the testing methods back then in 2018, obviously you said that some of these samples were insufficient for further testing. There just wasn't enough of it, right?
That's one particular scenario that could have been a reason.
But even back then, you could get a very, very, very small sample of DNA and potentially magnify that, make copies of it, make it sufficient for further testing, right?
That's possible.
And even back then, I think you were dealing with, in terms of measurements of the amount of DNA you were getting, there's something called picograms, right?
Correct.
And a picogram is what?
Picogram is 1,000 of a microgram, which is 1,000 of a milligram. So these are still very small values. Like think of like granules of salt, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's 1,000.
Smaller than that, yeah, of that. So think of like the starting value at a gram of a salt, and then smaller than that. Excuse me.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's 1,000 of a gram of salt.
That's
1,000 of 1,000.
of 1,000.
Right. So we're talking about a very, very, very small quantity from which we can derive potential information in terms of your testing, right?
Correct.
And from that very, very small quantity, we can potentially determine results like what you were talking about, random match probability, right?
Correct.
On an item. Source attribution.
Yes.
So when we say that, or when you say today that, some items weren't sufficient for further testing because possibly in some scenarios there just wasn't enough of it, I think you would agree with me that as a starting proposition, you can potentially take a very, very small sample of DNA and find that that is sufficient for further testing, right?
Correct.
And when we talk about a picogram or several picograms of a specimen, we're essentially talking about a handful potentially of skin cells, right?
I forget the number of skin cells to generate a profile, but its number of cells is, I think, if I remember properly, like around 20 cells you need to get a profile.
Okay.
I believe it's around that number.
20 cells. And 20 cells, obviously we can't even, we can't see a skin cell.
Not to naked eye.
We would need, obviously, magnification to even look at something like that.
Correct.
If we deposited skin cells, 20 skin cells on an item that we touched, we would never even know that we did that. Right? We wouldn't be able to see it.
Yes.
The DNA that we get from our skin cells is the same type of DNA. It's the same DNA we get from blood, right?
Correct.
There's nothing different about blood DNA than skin cell DNA.
There's not.
And you could get a full profile from skin cell DNA, potentially, right?
Potentially.
And you could get a partial profile from skin cell DNA, right? Now, would you say that it's more likely that you get a full profile from blood DNA versus skin cell DNA?
No, it's just the amount of cells that are there. So it's not easier to get from like a skin cell or blood cell. It's just the quantity of cells that are there that will generate the quality of that profile.
Okay. So, for example, something could be presumptively looked at as blood and yet not be sufficient for genetic testing because of the cell quality in the sample.
Yes.
Now, because we know that shedding of epithelial cells is something that happens universally, obviously finding someone's DNA in their own home would not be an unusual thing, right?
Correct.
And especially finding DNA in places that they regularly occupy in their home, right?
That would not be surprising to me.
And it would be expected that, if we conducted an investigation, let's say, of my house, and we swabbed things, and we swabbed, the kitchen counter, it wouldn't be surprising if my DNA was found there, right?
It would not be surprising.
It would be more surprising if your DNA was found there,
Yes.
because you've never been there.
Exactly.
When items are kind of forced in some way or placed in contact with one another, say two garments, a shirt and a pair of pants, when they come into contact with one another, that contact creates a possibility, does it not, that biological material from one of the items could be transferred to the other?
That's possible.
And we could see that happen where if I had touched a pair of pants, those pants are then brought into contact with the shirt. It's a potential that my genetic information could be transferred to that shirt,
Yes.
even though I never touched the shirt.
It's possible. I'm not an expert in how how transference occurs and the rate of that, but at any time two objects come in contact, there is a transfer of evidence. It's just whether it's detectable or not.
When you're swabbing, or when you're taking swabs, and you're going to determine whether there's sufficient quantity and quality of DNA to do further testing, you place those swabs in some kind of liquid at some point, right?
I don't swab the evidence. I'm not 100% positive how the serology unit does their swabbing. I don't know if they moisten it first or not, or they directly dry swab. That's something I don't do, so I'm not sure how those protocols work.
Okay. You're aware that fluids like water can facilitate DNA transfer?
Yes.
Because the cells and DNA could be carried by water from an item to another item, right? And so if items were commingled together and not only touching, but were in that condition and were wet, right? That the idea that both of those items are wet, that they have water covering them, would further facilitate the possibility of transfer.
It's possible.
Now, the length of time that, obviously, we wouldn't know, based on your testing, how long the genetic information or the DNA that you obtained from these samples, we wouldn't have any idea of knowing how long they had been on those items.
Yeah, I have no idea how long anything was on there, how it got there. I have no knowledge of how DNA got on an item, or how, when, or how long it's been there. So that's outside my knowledge. I'm just receiving items in an attempt to generate a profile that was deemed suitable for DNA testing.
Right. So it's obvious, of course, but this is not a statement about whether these items were involved in a crime or not, from your perspective, right?
I have no knowledge of the items and how they were obtained or how DNA was even deposited on them.
Right. I think you also talked a little bit and touched on your laboratory protocols today.
Correct.
And all of that is because you want to ensure that the results that you're getting are reliable, right?
Correct.
And those laboratory protocols are also a significant part of accreditation.
That's correct.
Because if your lab doesn't meet sanitary standards, I would imagine that you'd be at a threat of losing accreditation.
That's correct.
When we're talking about items like DNA that can, in such small quantities, can impact the results of your analysis, you want to be very careful that you're being very thorough in your cleaning of the lab, right?
Correct.
Because, like you're saying, even 20 skin cells were allowed to remain on a laboratory surface. Those could become commingled with an item of evidence that they had nothing to do with, right?
Correct.
And that could potentially bias your results completely, right?
It could change my results and my interpretation. I'm there to develop a profile and interpret it, so.
Right. I think, just the takeaway is that, even minor deviations from lab protocol can have consequences in terms of the low-level nature of DNA samples.
Yes, that's why we have protocols, and that's why I follow my protocols to ensure that my results are reliable and accurate.
Now, you talked about some statistical calculations, and the threshold I think that you had in these reports was 7 trillion.
1 in 7 trillion.
And that this back then you were doing something called random match probability,
Correct.
and that's not really the thing anymore, right?
It's still a statistics that's utilized. I believe being out of the unit for several years too, I'm not as fresh on the current technologies, but it is a statistic that can be used. They are moving towards this probabilistic genotyping that is using the computers and using different types of statistics. So it's still valid. It's still an accurate representation. It's just the trends moving to a different type of analysis and interpretation of statistic.
Gotcha. When we're talking about a random match, what you're basically saying is the expectation that somebody in a given population would share the profile that you're seeing develop through your interpretation of the DNA.
Not exactly worded properly. It's the chance that a randomly person chosen from the population matches that profile.
And a random person obviously would the assumption there is that we're dealing with unrelated individuals, right?
Unrelated and randomly selected from the population of even all completely randomly selected. So the random selection is the important part,
Right.
opposed to someone that's not randomly selected, because that will alter the type of statistic you can do.
Because family members obviously share a high degree of DNA between one another.
They share their DNA. There's shared DNA.
And obviously it's not random in that sense. It's inherited from parents,
Correct.
and that's why siblings share DNA, right?
Correct.
And so they're not really, in terms of analyzing of siblings one versus the other, they're not really a random segment of the population. Their DNA is going to be much more closely aligned because they're related to one another.
Correct.
I just wanted to show you 479 that was published previously. If you can see that, okay.
It's fine for me.
It's fine for you.
Yeah.
Okay. Obviously here we have references for 1, 2, 3, and 4. Person 1, 2, 3, and 4, right?
Correct.
And these are associated with Jennifer Caneiro, Jesse Caneiro, Sophia Caneiro, and Keith Caneiro. Right?
I believe so.
And we see Keith is the last. He's V4.
I don't have it memorized off the top of my head. If that's what you're telling me, I'll take your word for it.
Okay. When these assignments are made, V4, for example, being Keith, does anybody in the lab ever change those, or are they permanent?
So when evidence is submitted to the laboratory, the submitting agencies will fill out these forms and they'll enter the codes. So this V4 means victim 4. So they should be hopefully entered properly, but there is a scenario where they could be changed. Let's say they entered it incorrectly and they put 3 down again for some reason. Like it would be then changed by the staff or the scientist if they noticed at the front desk didn't catch that mistake.
Okay. So I'm not really talking so much about like mistakes. I'm more just saying if you got reference sample, if reference sample 4 was for Keith Caneiro, and you're working in this case, you're doing testing, you wouldn't change Keith to reference sample 3 from reference sample 4, right?
No.
You would always keep him as reference sample 4.
Correct.
And you would expect that even if you weren't the only analyst working on this case, that all the analysts would also keep Keith as reference sample 4, right?
Correct.
Right. Now, in reference sample 4, we obviously see that Keith is an XY, right?
Correct.
And there we see towards the bottom, there's 3 markers that begin with DY.
Yes.
And those DYs, those are YSTR?
That's correct.
Okay, so now with those are a little different than the other DNA we talked about today, because that DNA, a male would inherit specifically from his father.
Yes.
And we would expect that, for example, if my father, I would inherit the same YSTR profile that he has.
That's correct.
So if Keith is 4 and Jesse was 2, and Jesse is Keith's son, we would expect that they have the identical YSTR profile, right?
Yes. So for YSTR profiles, the maternal line is how it's inherited. So father, son, brother, uncle, nephews would all have that same YSTR type since it's inherited down the male line there.
Right. Right. Okay, so that's thank you for that. Right. So that indicates why Jesse and Keith have the same profile at each of those locations, right?
For those YSTRs, correct.
Right. And then, as you said, we would also expect that any siblings of Keith that share the same father would have that identical YSTR profile.
Correct.
Now we see here that these you said there were 27 total locations previously that you do testing on, right?
Correct.
But if we take out those YSTR locations, then we have essentially 24, right?
Correct.
And then if we take out the amelogenin section, we're at essentially 23.
Correct.
Okay. And obviously where we see here, where Keith is a 15, 17, those are the alleles at that location, the D3S location, whatever that number
Yeah,
is.
that's
right?
his gene. That's his type. There's number of repeats he has from each parent at that location.
Okay. And what's the significance of these letters and numbers here?
So we were talking about the locations on different chromosomes. So loci, locus is singular. So D is a designation for on chromosome 3, and then at point location 1, I think it says 135. To say 8 after that, it's a little blurry on my screen. So it's just saying on this chromosome at this location is where I expect to find that essentially G or STR.
Okay.
It's just a designation of the location on the chromosome where this is found.
And all the testing in this case, in terms of these locations, the laboratory used these same exact locations. Is that right?
Yeah, so this is in the amplification process, we have a kit that's given to us by a supplier, and that kit has all these locations, so that's the same kit that's used for evidence or references, and we're amplifying all these same locations every time I did an amplification.
Okay. Thank you. Judge, I don't think I have any further questions.
Okay. Redirect.
2 quick things. Sir, you just heard on cross-examination, and you discussed how family members share some alleles. Get the
Yes.
Now, in the instances in this case where you were able to conclude that Sophia Caneiro was the source of the DNA on certain items, were you able to exclude her brother Jesse?
Yes,
And how about her mother and father Jennifer and Keith?
they were excluded.
Okay. And then I'm going to show you what's been marked, and you've already seen this S479, the allele table. If we could just publish this. Can I have the back table, please?
Any objection to that? No objection to
No,
that? Yeah. Yep, just making sure.
Can you scroll up a little bit? I want to look at VWA. You see locus VWA?
I do.
Okay, and under Sophia, she's the third one over. What are her alleles there?
She's a 1718.
Does she appear to have a mutation at that particular locus? If you look at her parents,
Which ones are her parents again?
1 and 4.
Yes, she does.
Can you circle her VWA alleles?
Yes. Both of them are.
The whole thing?
Okay.
Box. If we could just have this preserved, please.
You want the whole box or just the circle of the one?
Oh, just,
Like,
that's fine,
That's
just her mutation.
okay, just the.
So that's 479.1 or 2? 2, that's what I thought. 479.2.
Thank you, I have nothing further.
Mr. Murray?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you. Sir, you can step down. Prosecutor, you want to call your next witness?
Judge of State calls Teresa Nazizan.
Hi, come on up. You can come around here. Just watch your step as you're coming up to the witness stand. And then if you don't mind, if you could put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Once you get seated and comfortable, can you tell us your full name and spell your last name, please?
Absolutely. My name is Teresa Nazizan. Last name Nezezon.
Okay, thank you so much. Prosecutor, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Ms. Nazizan.
Good morning.
Where are you employed?
I am employed by the New Jersey State Police Office of Forensic Sciences DNA Laboratory.
Okay, what is your title there?
I am a Forensic Scientist 3, and I'm also the Assistant Laboratory Director.
What unit did you say you currently worked in?
I work in the DNA Laboratory.
Okay. I'd like to discuss your professional background and education with you. I'm going to show you what's been marked as S489 Showing Counsel. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that is my CV.
Could you tell the jury about your educational background, please?
Absolutely. I have a Bachelor's of Science in Microbiology and Immunology from the University of Rochester in Rochester, New York, and I have a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from the John Jay College of Criminal Justice in New York City.
Now, could you take us through your professional experience chronologically?
Yes, absolutely. Would you like me to speak to the jobs that I had before this, or just the current?
If you could start with your CV lists, the jobs that the first job that you took out when you graduated. So start there.
After I graduated from college, I worked in a vaccine immunobiology lab in Rochester, New York, where we worked on pathogens that cause ear infections in children. After that, when I was working on my master's degree at John Jay College, I worked in one of the labs as a laboratory assistant, doing ordering and making sure the lab functioned correctly. And after that job, I did obtain the job at the New Jersey State Police Office of Forensic Sciences.
Now, how long have you been with the New Jersey State Police?
I have been with the State Police for about 23 years.
How long have you worked in the DNA unit?
All of those 23 years.
Okay. Can you take us through the different roles and titles that you've had while you were there?
Sure. I began my career as a Forensic Scientist 1. During that time, I was mostly doing lab work and authoring of case files. I then was promoted to Forensic Scientist 2, and in that capacity, I was performing technical reviews of case files as well as lab work and authoring case files. And finally, I was promoted to Forensic Scientist 3, which is a supervisory title. And in that capacity, I still author lab reports, and I still peer review lab reports, but I also supervise a team of scientists.
Now, was there a program that you had to complete to become a forensic DNA analyst?
Yes, the New Jersey State Police Office of Forensic Sciences DNA Laboratory has a very extensive training program. It usually lasts about a year. During that time, I was required to watch caseworking scientists perform all aspects of our job. I then had to demonstrate that I could perform those techniques independently. I also underwent a laboratory practical and a written exam, and finally a mock court before being certified.
Do you have to keep up with any continuing education for your profession?
Yes, we are required to complete 8 hours of continuous education training per year, but we often complete much more than that.
Okay, and did you have to take any proficiency testing?
Yes, each scientist in our laboratory has to be proficiency tested twice per year.
And how do you stand with regard to your proficiency testing?
All of my proficiency tests have been satisfactory.
Now, you indicated that you're the assistant DNA laboratory director.
Yes, that's correct.
And what does that role entail?
That role is a bit of a jack of all trades kind of role. I assist our laboratory director. There are a lot of administrative tasks that have to be carried out. I help with that. It could be anything from doing the meat and potatoes of what we do, like so writing up cases, reviewing, all the way up to taking care of building and maintenance issues. So.
Now, in total, over the course of your career, about how many cases have you worked on where you've processed and analyzed DNA samples?
Many. I would estimate maybe 2,500.
Okay. Now, when we're talking about cases, can a case have more than one DNA sample?
Yes, absolutely.
How many times have you testified in Superior Court with regard to the results of those DNA analyses that you've conducted?
35 times in different courts throughout the counties of New Jersey.
Okay. And do you also peer review others' cases?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And how many times have you peer reviewed cases involving DNA analysis?
Multiple, many cases that I've peer reviewed. I would say, again, it's in the thousands.
Now,
3,000. Sorry.
In the jurisdictions that you testified, actually, can you tell us, what are those jurisdictions?
It would be counties throughout New Jersey. Almost all of the counties I've testified in.
Have you ever testified in federal court?
Yes, I have, twice.
Okay. In those instances, how many times were you qualified by the court as an expert in the field of forensic DNA analysis?
In all of the times I testified, I was qualified as an expert witness in DNA analysis.
At this time, Judge, the state would seek to have this witness qualified as an expert in forensic DNA analysis.
Smart.
No idea.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, again, the same exact charge as it deals with expert testimony. You have to evaluate the expert's opinion. You evaluate that based on the information that they're relying upon, just like I've told you in the past. You would decide their credibility. You decide the facts on which that their information that they're using, whether it exists or not. Then you'll compile it all together and make that ultimate determination. So I gave you the longer version of that charge this morning. Does everybody remember that charge? Yes. Everybody is shaking their head yes, so they don't want to hear me again. This is the third time this morning, so we'll continue. You're qualified as an expert in forensic DNA analysis. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Turning to the present
Can we
case,
just for 1 second take the circle off my eyeball? Did you guys put that up there?
I'm gonna make you Batman.
Thank you.
Did you have occasion to perform DNA testing and analysis of certain items of evidence with regard to this case, State of New Jersey versus Caneiro?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S414 and S490, showing counsel. Let's start with S490. If you could, do you recognize that?
Yes, that is the laboratory report that I prepared for case number C18-10138.
Okay, and is there a date on there?
Yes, the date the report issued is May 13th, 2020.
Okay, now S414, which is in front of you, do you recognize that?
Yes, that is the evidence receipt from this case.
Okay. Now, is there the same lab number on that evidence receipt as it is on your report?
Yes, there is.
And that ends in 38?
Yes.
If you could, can you tell us what the items are that are listed on S414?
S414 lists item 28. These are laboratory items, our laboratory items. Item 28, 29, 30, 31, and 32.
And does it say what each of those items are?
Yes, it does.
Can you please indicate each one?
Absolutely. Item 28 is one envelope containing biological specimens, question DNA swab of reddish stain from door frame in between foyer and kitchen of 15 Willowbrook Road, Colts Neck, New Jersey. Item 29 is one envelope containing biological specimen, question DNA sample, scraping of reddish stain from door frame in between foyer and kitchen of 15 Willowbrook Road, Colts Neck, New Jersey. Item 30 is one envelope containing biological specimen, question DNA swab of reddish stain from the south side of the kitchen island of 15 Willowbrook Road, Colts Neck, New Jersey. Item 31, one envelope containing biological specimen, question DNA swab of reddish stain from the lower kitchen cabinet on the north side of the kitchen next to the garbage disposal at 15 Willowbrook Road, Colts Neck, New Jersey. Item 32 is one envelope containing question DNA swab of reddish stain from the pull-out drawer just below the sink on the north side of the kitchen at 15 Willowbrook Road, Colts Neck, New Jersey.
Now, of those items, which, if any, did you perform DNA testing on?
Our laboratory performed testing on item 28.
Okay. And specifically, can you tell us about the testing that you performed and your results, if any?
Yes. So item 28, a portion of that would have come into the DNA laboratory, and we would have performed the 4-step process to obtain a DNA profile on that item. So those 4 steps, they include extraction, quantification, amplification, and detection. And we were able to obtain a DNA profile from item 28.
Okay. And what, if any, comparisons did you make with regard to that profile?
The STR DNA profile of Sophia Caneiro matches the STR DNA profile obtained from item 28-1.
Right. Now, what, if any, statistic did you assign this?
The calculated frequency of the STR DNA profile is 1 in at least 2.18 million for randomly selected unrelated individuals.
Can I take that back? Yes, that is okay. Thank you. I'm going to show you what has been marked as S491 and S416. And I'm showing counsel. We could start with S491. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
What is that?
this was a supplemental report that I issued in case number C18-10138.
What is the date on there?
The date the report was issued is July 7th, 2023.
Okay, and what are the items that are listed that you tested in your report?
So item 6-1, which is a portion of a swab of a knife blade, and item 8-1, which is a portion of a swab of a knife blade.
Okay, and specifically, do those correspond to the items on S416?
Yes.
Okay. When you say you performed testing on there, can you just tell us what you did specifically for each of those?
Yes. So each of these items was subjected to the first and the second step of the 4-step process. So the first step, extraction, the second step, quantification. And quantification is when we're trying to figure out how much DNA we have on an item. So when we got to the second step of the 4-step process with both items 6-1 and 8-1, it was determined that these samples had a quantification value of 0. So basically, there was no DNA on either of these items. no detectable DNA on either of these items.
Thank you. I'll take this out. Judge, I have nothing further.
Mark, across.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So S414, I think, was the evidence receipt in this case for items that included item 28.
I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay, and then that was delivered to your lab on February 25th of 2020?
I'm sorry, I would need S414 to just verify that date, but I believe that it came in around that time. Wait.
This is S414?
Thank you. Yes, these items came into the laboratory on February 25th, 2020.
Okay, thank you. And there's also a synopsis, a brief history of examination requested within this item, S414, and it relates to, obviously all these items came, it's your understanding, from 15 Willowbrook Road in Colts Neck?
Yes, I believe that was scene one.
Okay, and the incident date for this case was November 20th of 2018?
Forgive me.
Yeah,
May I
no,
refresh
no, sure, sure.
recollection? Yes, November 23rd, 2018.
Okay, well that's what's listed there, right?
Yeah, yes, that's what's listed there.
Now, in between then and February 25th of 2020, do you know where these envelopes of specimens were?
I do not know where in the chain of custody those items were.
Do you know the date on which these were collected initially?
No, I do not.
You have no idea.
No. I do
So, I mean, your understanding is these swabs were taken from places at the Willowbrook Road property where there was a question as to whether the items in question had blood on them, right?
I knew that they were sampled from 15 Willowbrook Road.
Okay. Okay. And specifically, the evidence receipt it lists envelopes containing biological specimens, right?
Correct.
And it says questioned after each of them, and what's questioned is DNA swab of reddish stain. Right.
Right. The questioned is a designation that we give to samples that are not known reference samples. So samples from, from myself, somebody's person.
Okay. Right. But all of these are, what comes after question is the phrase reddish stain from various locations, right?
Correct.
And these were not collected by you, right?
That's correct.
They were collected by a detective, presumably.
Possibly, presumably.
For reasons that you do not know, thought were areas of potential evidentiary interest, right?
Yes.
But you don't know how long these reddish stains existed on these items before they were swabbed by the detectives, right?
That's correct.
And it could have been a day, it could have been weeks, right?
That's correct.
It could have been months,
That's
it could have
possible.
been over a year.
That is possible.
What we do know is that DNA does not last forever on items in the world, right? It degrades over time.
It can, and that depends on many factors.
And DNA can degrade in terms of its quantity on an item, right?
Quantity is how we would measure it, but it will degrade so that we can't analyze it. The DNA will still be there, but it'll be fragmented so that we can't analyze it.
And the longer a period of time that goes by, the longer the opportunity or possibility exists for that DNA to degrade, right?
That is possible. Again, there are many factors that go into how long DNA can persist on an item.
Sure. I think that it's probably true that, we know that you don't get to decide how things come to the laboratory, right? They come to you as they're packaged, right?
Yes.
And they come to you whenever they happen to be collected and sent, right?
That's correct.
And you're not in really any control over how long some DNA could potentially sit on an item before being swabbed, and those swabs are sent to you, right?
That's correct.
But ideally, you'd want that swab taken of an item as soon as possible in relation to an important event in the case, right?
Ideally, but I can't, again, speak to how long the DNA, specifically in this case, was sitting there and what conditions it was subjected to and whether that would cause degradation or not.
Right, right. Well, you just simply don't know, right?
That's correct.
But in the abstract, let's take ourselves away from the specific circumstances of this case for a second. In the abstract, you would want the DNA swabs to be taken and delivered to you sooner rather than later, right?
That's correct.
Because, these possibilities exist for the DNA to degrade over time, right?
Again, yes.
So if we can eliminate that issue with time, we would want to do that, right?
Yes.
The results you got for item 28, I believe you said it was a match to Sophia, right?
Yes.
But then the likelihood ratio was somewhere around 2 million?
That was the random match probability, so not a likelihood.
Question.
2.18 million of randomly selected unrelated individuals. 1 out of 2.18 million randomly selected unrelated individuals would be expected to share the profile that you found.
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
Now, you did not get a full profile from item 28.
That's correct.
You got a profile where many locations, many loci, did not return any information whatsoever.
Yes, there were some that did not have a result.
Right. You actually got information from only 7 of them in terms of that sample, right?
Yes, there were 7 complete loci that I could report.
7 total, complete or somewhat complete.
Yes, there were other, yes.
And so, and I guess we should say that the sample obviously appeared to be an XX sample in terms of the alleles. You believed there was a female contributor.
That's correct. Barring mutation, that was a female profile.
Right. Now, you ran this. You amplified the sample twice. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then sometimes certain things appeared in amplification 1 that didn't appear in amplification 2, right?
That's correct.
And sometimes things appeared in amplification 2 that didn't appear in amplification 1.
That's correct.
There was also, I think you also included your electropherogram results for the sample, right?
Yes.
And sometimes, it appears that the peak heights between some of these alleles that you include as part of the table are not exactly equivalent to each other.
Yes.
And so sometimes one peak for, let's say, 14 at D18S51 is higher in terms of allele 15 than it is for 14. It's over double the RFU amounts, I guess?
I don't have the information in front of me.
Okay. Okay. What would that be though? If there was a 14, 15, and 15 was showing as those numbers beneath it are the RFUs, right?
Yes.
And what does that stand for?
Relative fluorescence units.
And what is that? What does this mean? What is the electropharogram?
The electropharogram is a graphical representation of the DNA, so the RFUs represent how strong of a signal each peak is.
Okay.
Mr. Murray, I'm going to give the jurors a break. It's around lunchtime now, so I'm going to stop you here. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to stop you for the morning here. I didn't say anything though this time. Don't discuss this case. Don't do any research. I'll bring you back at about 1:35. I do have one thing that I have to do during the lunch hour, so if I'm running 5 minutes.
All rise. During the court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Mark Lemieux presiding.
Hey, good afternoon. Please be seated. See everybody back. Everybody have a good lunch?
Yeah.
Sure. All right. Good stuff. Right. We're still. We could just get to this. You know what? Thank you. Okay, ma'am, you're still under oath, okay? Thank you. Mr. Murray, when you're ready.
Thank you. So when we left off before lunch, I think we were talking about item 28-1, and that was an item that you had tested and come to a conclusion about regarding Sophia Caneiro being a match to that item.
That's correct.
Now, we were also talking about the fact that there were electropharograms from the testing that you did on that item, right?
Yes.
And I think you were in the process of explaining what the electropharogram is before we broke. So, what role does the electropharogram play in your genetic testing?
So the electropharogram is the culmination of the four-step process. That's basically the visual representation of the DNA profile.
Okay. And it's visual because we can see on the electropharogram there are at various places where the locus are tested, there can be spikes along a line that runs across the pharogram, right?
Yes.
And those spikes are associated with what is the association between a spike on the electropharogram and what's the significance for the DNA locus?
So each spike, each peak that you would see is one of the alleles at that locus. So alleles are just different copies of a gene. So we are looking at 27 locations along the chromosome. So at each location, you would expect, if there's one person's profile there, you would expect to see one or two peaks. So two peaks because you get one copy of your DNA from your mother and one copy from your father. So if you look at the electropharogram and at a given location you see two peaks, that means you got, like, say, one version from your mother and one version from your father. If you see one peak at a location, that means, generally, it means that you've gotten the same allele from your mother and your father.
Now, that's as to an electropharogram of a person's reference sample. Right?
That's correct. That's a single source, one person sample.
But when we're dealing with testing items of evidence, we don't know if you're going to get a single source profile or a mixed profile back when you look at the genetic material that's on the item, right?
When we do the four-step process, we are not sure at the end if we will get a mixture or a single source profile.
Right. And sometimes, you mentioned that sometimes there could be a single peak at a given allele, which could indicate in a reference sample that the person has inherited the same allele from both parents, right?
Right.
But in an item of evidence that's tested, if we had a single peak, that could mean, in and of itself, that could mean that there was one person who contributed who inherited the same allele from each parent. But it could also mean that we didn't have complete information at that locus.
Yes, depending on the signal strength of the profile. So if the profile is overall a generally lower, weaker profile, yes, that can happen where you see one of the alleles from the mother or father and the other allele is not present.
There's other occasions where we might see two alleles are present at a locus. One seems to be has a higher spike, has more RFUs associated with it than the other allele.
Yes.
And I think is that something that's called height imbalance?
Yes, peak imbalances can happen, especially when you're looking, again, at a lower level sample. That's typically where you see it.
And so, if one allele, let's say, is associated with 431 RFUs, radiofluorescent units, and the other allele at the same location is associated with 207, right? Just as a general matter, obviously one allele would be coming in at less than half the RFU amount of the greater, right?
Yes, in that example.
And that would be would a height imbalance of that nature be significant?
It all depends on the profile. So if I saw that peak imbalance in a low level sample, I wouldn't be surprised. And if I thought that could be indicative of a mixture, I would expect to see evidence of a mixture in another location within that profile.
Mm-hmm. You could expect, but it in and of itself, that height imbalance could be indicative of a mixture.
At one locus, I would not hang my hat on saying something's a mixture if I saw an imbalance there.
Obviously, everybody who you had a sample from in this case, in terms of Jennifer Caneiro, Jesse Caneiro, Sophia Caneiro, and Keith Caneiro, they are all related to one another, right?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. And you had, I think in your report, you had a copy of each of their allele tables, right?
Yes, each of their references was in an allele table in my report, my case file.
Okay. And I think we, so I just wanted to show you so this is D137. Do I have this right? That's the allele table you created for evidence item 28-1?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And in this item, we're going to see that there's the original amplification, a secondary amplification, and then the consensus table?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Is this, to your knowledge, an accurate representation of what was created when you put that table together?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, I'm going to ask to publish D-137.
No objection.
Go ahead.
Okay. Now, it's a little hard to see, perhaps, but when we see the first column, and that's labeled AMP1, that's the one to the left, right?
Yes.
And then the middle column is AMP2, right?
Yes.
And then on the end, we have the consensus column, right?
Yes.
Now, the consensus column is what we're doing to build your final table of results to compare to the reference samples you have, right?
Yes.
And when we look at the consensus column, we're going to see that there's a number of spaces that are left blank, right?
Yes.
Like here and here along D2S5441 and D10S1248, for example, and all the way down that column consensus, we're going to see blank spaces, right?
Yes.
And that's indicative of the fact that those are spaces where we have no information that we can use to compare against the reference sample, right?
That's correct.
So we can only rely on the information we have in terms of where you've input data into that consensus column. Is that right?
Yes, that is what I would use in my final comparison. But I have to say that if there were something in here that was not consistent with my final conclusion, if there was more information in here and it was not consistent with matching Sophia Caneiro, then that would not have been my conclusion.
Sure. I'm sure that that's true. I'm just simply pointing out that, when you do this testing, it is not the case that you're always dealing with a perfect, complete sample, and you have to make do with the sample that you get from the evidence, right?
That is true.
And you have to see if it leads you to a conclusion or if it leads you to a place where you're unable to make a determination, right?
That can happen.
Now, this is, so just looking at this, we see at D18, S51, I think you've stated a belief that this evidence shows that there's a 1415 present at that location, right?
Yes.
In AMP1, there was a 14 and 15, right?
Yes.
And in AMP2, there was just a 14. There's no 15 anymore.
Correct.
The 15's dropped off.
Yes, it's dropped out.
It didn't appear in the electropharogram results.
It may have appeared as a peak that was below our analytical threshold, but without the electropharogram, I can't say.
Okay. But either way, either it didn't appear at all, or it was so low that your lab protocols would say, don't consider it, right?
Right. The software would not consider if it was below the analytical threshold.
Because if it was, then it would have appeared as, it would have been indicated in AMP2, right?
Yes.
Okay. But even though it's not present, right, in AMP2, and it's only present in AMP1, you placed it in the consensus table. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if we go and we look at D18 in terms of the reference samples for this case, and this is S479 that was previously published. Here we can see reference samples for Jennifer Caneiro, Jesse Caneiro, Sophia Caneiro, and Keith Caneiro. Okay?
Okay.
Here we obviously see that Sophia's a 1415, right?
Yes.
And it was indicated that the item of evidence that you tested, 28-1, you concluded that at that location, that item was also displaying 1415, right?
Yes.
But because Sophia is related to her mother and father, and her mother and father are also reference samples here, we can see that her father, Keith, is a 1515, right?
Yes.
And her mother, Jennifer, is at 13, 14, right?
Yes.
And if there was a height imbalance at that location, you're saying between 14 and 15, you're saying, look, that wouldn't be on its own enough for me to conclude that there was mixture, right?
Generally, yes.
But also in that sample we saw, we're missing a large amount of the data that would otherwise be testable if you had it, right?
Yes, we are missing some data in that profile.
And because we know that there were other reference samples who could have contributed to this, who are related, that relatedness amongst them could cause the sample to look like it's single source, even though it has the greater potential because of how these people are related to one another, of potentially being a mixture.
Not necessarily. Yes, that can happen, but if this were a mixture, I would expect to see evidence of that somewhere else at a different location, at more than one location.
Sure. But I think, and I'm not saying that, I'm not trying to question your conclusions about this item in particular, but what I am trying to say is that when we're looking at this random match probability, right, we're looking at this in terms of the likelihood of encountering this in a pool of unrelated individuals, right? Mm-hmm. But in the reference samples we have here, we're talking about related individuals, right?
Yes.
And that is a factor that doesn't really get encapsulated into this idea of constructing a statistic based on unrelated individuals being contributors.
In this, yes, in this scenario, that's right. The statistic is calculated based upon unrelated individuals.
Right. But of course we know that the reference samples here are not unrelated. They're in fact closely related to one another, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Nothing, Judge.
You can step down. Thank you. So you can call the next witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Christine Schlenker.
Good. Just put your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, once you get comfortable, you can state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please.
Christine Schlenker, Schlenker.
Okay. Prosecutor.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Ms. Schlenker.
Good afternoon.
Where are you employed?
I'm employed with the New Jersey State Police Office of Forensic Sciences in the DNA laboratory as a Forensic Scientist 3, which is a supervisor.
How long have you been with the New Jersey State Police as a forensic scientist?
I started with New Jersey State Police in October of 2002.
I'd like to ask you about your professional and educational background. I'm going to show you in counsel what's been marked as S492. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
What
this
is
is, it's a copy of my resume, my CV.
Okay. And how many pages is it?
It is 4 pages.
And did you create that document?
Yes, I did.
If you could, take us through your formal education.
Sure. I graduated from the University of New Haven with a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Science, also a Bachelor's of Science in Biology with a pre-med concentration, and a minor in Chemistry. I graduated from the University of Florida with a master's degree in pharmaceutical sciences with a concentration in forensic DNA and serology.
And what, if any, specific courses were you required to take to become a forensic DNA analyst?
To become a forensic DNA analyst, you have to have certain coursework, including genetics, statistics, molecular biology, and biochemistry.
Can you tell the jury about your prior professional experience as it relates to your field?
Sure. Before I started with New Jersey State Police, I did work for a private DNA lab called the Bodie Technology Group. It's located in North Virginia, and I worked there for a little over 2 years.
Where did you work after that?
After I left Bodie Technology, I came right to New Jersey State Police in October of 2002.
Can you tell us the different titles that you've had at the New Jersey State Police?
Sure. When I was hired hired as a Forensic Scientist 1, which is an entry level. After some time, I took some promotional exams. I was promoted to a Forensic Scientist 2, and then that was in 2015. And then in 2022, I was promoted to a Forensic Scientist 3, my current title.
And what is it that you do as a Forensic Scientist 3 now?
As a Forensic Scientist 3, I'm primarily tasked with managing a group of scientists, performing administrative reviews on case files, also performing technical reviews on case files. I organize or I assist various agencies in regards to cold cases and their missing person cases. I'm a liaison for that for the laboratory. And when needed, I do write up reports.
So do you still do casework, I guess?
Not in the laboratory, but I'll do anything from writing up a case to doing a technical review of a case to administrative review of the case. Kind of just depends where the need is.
Now, what, if any, continuing education are you required to receive?
Every year, we're required to have 8 hours of continuing education. That can either be where we have somebody come in and give training to us at the laboratory, or we go out to a various seminar or meeting.
And are you required to undergo proficiency testing?
Yes, twice a year.
And are you current and up to date with your proficiency testing?
Yes, I am. I believe my current lab test or current proficiency test is pending.
Now, as far as professional memberships, do you belong to any professional memberships that relate to your profession?
Yes, I'm a member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences and also the Northeastern Association of Forensic Scientists.
Does the New Jersey State Police currently utilize a software called StarMix?
Yes.
Since when?
We went online with StarMix in April of 2022.
Now, were you trained in StarMix?
Yes, I was.
What did that training entail?
We had training that involved ESR, which is the company who makes StarMix. They came into the laboratory, gave us training. We also had various in-house training. There was competency tests and also a oral board.
Now, since you were trained in StarMix, what has been your role with regard to StarMix in terms of utilizing the software?
In terms of utilizing the software, like I said, I still write reports, and I also do technical review of cases. So I'm still writing up reports, utilizing the StarMix software myself, and also reviewing it from the technical standpoint.
In total, about how many DNA samples have you processed and analyzed over the course of your career?
Easily over 30,000 samples.
Now, how many times have you testified in court with regard to the results of your analyses?
Over 50 times.
And in what jurisdictions?
Various superior courts throughout the state of New Jersey, including Essex County, Mercer County, Ocean County, and Monmouth County as well.
Now, in those instances, were you qualified as an expert in the field of forensic DNA analysis?
Yes, I was.
How many times?
Every time.
Judge, at this time, the state would seek to have this witness qualified as an expert in the field of forensic DNA analysis.
Any voir dire?
No, Judge, thank you.
Okay, should be accepted as an expert. You got it. Go ahead.
Now, back in July of 2023, did you have occasion to perform DNA testing and analysis with regard to certain items in the present case?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S417 and S493. Show me, counsel. If we could start with S493, if you could tell us if you recognize that.
Yes, S493 is a copy of the five-page report I issued on 9/29/2023.
And is there a case number, a laboratory case number on there?
Yes, it is C18-10139.
Now, S417, do you recognize that?
Yes, this is a copy of the evidence receipt for this particular case and this submission.
Is there a date on there for the submission?
Yes, it was submitted to the laboratory on June 7th, 2023.
And is there a lab number on there?
Yes, again, it's C18-10139.
What specific items were submitted to the lab?
From the evidence receipt, item number 40, from scene 1, it was a label located on the interior waistbands of jeans. 41 was from scene 1. It was a long sleeve Eddie Bauer thermal shirt. 42 was scene 1. That was a black/gray sock with gold toe and melted yellow plastic.
Okay. And just to be clear, were these submitted from the Ocean Township scene?
I believe so, yes.
Now, on your report, which is S493, if you could, specifically page 2 of your report, this item 40-1, do you see that?
Yes.
And what is that?
40-1 is a portion of the label from the jeans.
Okay. What, if any, testing was performed with regard to that?
That testing, only the first 2 steps were in our 4-step analysis was processed. After quantitation, there was no DNA detected, so therefore analysis stopped after the quant step.
Now, on page 3 of your report, do you see where it lists item 41-1-1?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is a portion of the scraping of the inside of the collar from a shirt.
And is that the shirt that you referred to, the long sleeve Eddie Bauer thermal shirt?
Yes.
Was any DNA testing performed on that?
Yes.
And then page 1 of your report, where it lists item 6-1-4-1, do you see that?
Yes.
What is that?
That is a portion of the staining from the right shin area from the jeans.
Okay. Now, was 6-1-4-1, was that a resubmission of an actual item of evidence?
No, it wasn't.
What was it then?
With that was previously analyzed by the scientist whose case this was originally. So it was requested for us to go ahead and process that sample, again, at the laboratory utilizing StarMix. So we had to perform an amplification and also another CE run or detection step. So just the last 2 steps of the 4-step process was done on that.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was saying it's just done on the extract, which is liquid that's left over from our analysis, and that's stored at the laboratory.
So just to be clear, the 3 items that were listed on that evidence property receipt, of those 3 items, the label of the jeans got to you?
Yes.
And the portion of the shirt scrapings inside collar, did that make its way to you?
Yes.
The sock, did that ever come to you from
No.
serology? Now, was the New Jersey State Police provided with any reference samples from the prosecutor's office for comparison purposes?
Yes, reference samples were already previously submitted and tested.
And because you utilized, as you indicated, StarMix software to assist you in your analysis in this case, I'd like to briefly discuss what StarMix is.
Okay.
So let's begin with what is it?
StarMix is a probabilistic genotyping software that we validated in the laboratory. It helps us interpret DNA profiles and also to perform a statistical calculation when we're doing comparisons to different references.
Is it particularly useful in certain samples?
Yes, if we have a sample that's a mixture of, let's say, 3 or 4 contributors, it helps us with deconvoluting or determining possible different profiles that are within that mixture.
Now, is StarMix intended to replace the DNA analyst?
No.
What is it essentially them doing?
Again, it's a tool that's utilized at the laboratory. So when we get our data after our CE run, I'm first looking at that data and evaluating it to see if it's of good quality or quantity. Same thing we did prior to StarMix with our binary methods. If I determine it's of good quality, I can determine the number of contributors, then I'm then going ahead and using StarMix and inputting that data to generate an interpretation report. That interpretation report, I'm going over as an analyst. I'm reviewing the diagnostics. I'm looking at the genotypes that were proposed, the weights that were proposed for those genotypes, and seeing if I agree with it, if it's intuitive. Like I said, it's just a tool. You can compare it to something like back in the day, if you were going from point A to point B, you would have to pull out your map out your route. Nowadays, we have GPS. You could pull up Waze, put it in Google Maps, enter that information. It's taking more information into account to plan your route. So it's taking into account an accident or congestion, stuff like that.
How long has the New Jersey State Police Lab been utilizing StarMix?
We went online with it in April of 2022.
And prior to that, did you have to, or did StarMix have to go through a rigorous validation process?
Yes.
And did you and other analysts have to be trained in utilizing StarMix?
Yes.
Can you discuss that training?
Yes. As earlier, like I said, we had the company come in, or the company gave us training from ESR. We also had internal trainings, competency tests, and also oral boards.
Now, is StarMix being utilized by other laboratories around the country?
Yes.
Do you know the approximate percentage?
I believe it's about 80% of the labs are using StarMix now in the country.
Was the New Jersey State Police, when you guys got StarMix, were you sort of late to the game?
Yes, and we started doing our validation, and then COVID happened, so we got even a little more delayed than we had intended. So,
now the jury has heard from forensic scientist Christopher Simkowiak about DNA and how forensic DNA analysis works. In particular, they've heard about the 4-step laboratory process, which culminates in the production of an electropharogram. Did StarMix change anything about that 4-step laboratory process?
no, nothing.
What stage of the game, essentially, does StarMix come into play at?
StarMix comes into play at the end when we're doing our interpretation.
And can you just explain how it comes into play with regard to your interpretation? In other words, does the methodology of that interpretation change?
No, we're still evaluating our data, like I said, based on whether it was before we had our binary methods and now with StarMix. We're going through, we're looking at that data, making sure it's meeting certain criteria for us to make an interpretation, make sure that we can use StarMix. We're determining the number of contributors, and then we're inputting that information into the StarMix software for the analysis.
Okay. So just so we're clear, StarMix is essentially it's a computer software, is that right?
Yes.
And it is essentially doing the same thing that the scientist would do. It's just able to do all of these calculations much faster because it's a computer and not a human being. Is that right?
Yes. Well, it's taking into account and doing a whole lot of math that we can't do in our heads that quickly. So it's taking into account different things like stutter and degradation that we were unable to do with our binary method.
Now, is the likelihood ratio let me ask you, what is the likelihood ratio? What is the statistic that StarMix utilizes?
StarMix utilizes a likelihood ratio.
Is the likelihood ratio statistic itself something new?
No, it's been used for so many years in forensics, and even with the state police, we've used likelihood ratio easily about over 10, 15 years now.
So the jury has heard about the random match probability statistic. Can you explain the likelihood ratio statistic?
Sure. A likelihood ratio is two competing hypotheses to give explanation or provide explanation of your data. In its simplest form, you can have one hypothesis that person A is the contributor. In your second hypothesis, it's that an unknown person is the contributor. If your likelihood ratio is greater than 1, it's supporting your first hypothesis. If it's less than 1, it's supporting your second hypothesis.
Now, are there scenarios where your lab will still use the random match probability statistic?
Yes.
What are those scenarios?
If we have a robust single source profile, we will then go ahead and use the random match probability. Also, if we utilize StarMix and a profile is deconvoluted or determined, we're able to then go ahead and perform a random match probability statistic if it meets certain criteria.
Turning to the present case, if you could, I'd like you to take a look at S493, which is your report, and starting with item 6-1-4-1. Can you just, again, tell us what that is?
That is a portion of the staining on the front right shin area of jeans.
Now, when was the original DNA analysis of this particular area conducted?
It was sometime in 2018.
When you reanalyzed this area using StarMix, did you first familiarize yourself with the original DNA analyst's reports?
Yes.
And what about his notes?
I did go ahead and look at the report and also the data that was generated back in 2018.
And what were the original results for sample 6-1-4-1 from the genes?
At that time, no conclusions could be reached.
Okay, and that was because why?
Just because it didn't meet the criteria at that time for our protocols and with our binary methods that we had.
So generally speaking, what did the retesting that you did entail?
Because of our validation, we have certain equipment in the laboratory. Any sample that was amplified prior to May of 2019 has to be brought back in and re-amplified using our current equipment. Otherwise, it'd be a violation of our validation and protocols. So when we agreed to, or when I looked at it and evaluated it to go ahead and process it again at the laboratory and to run StarMix on it, I took that extract out that was stored in the laboratory and it was amplified and also run on the CE, the 3500.
Okay, so was a new electropharogram produced from that?
Yes.
Okay. And specifically, what, if anything, did you do with that electropharogram in terms of visually observing it?
I then looked at that data to determine if it was of good quality, if anything needed to be done, any additional lab work. I looked to see if I could determine the number of contributors. Once I was done with it, then I was brought it and imported everything into StarMix to do my comparison and my analysis.
What was the number of contributors that you decided?
For 6-1-4-1, it was a DNA profile best described as 2 contributors, all of which are suitable for comparison.
Once you determined the number of contributors, what was the next thing that you did with the electropharogram and the number of contributors?
Once I determined the number of contributors and ran it through StarMix, I was then going through the interpretation report that was generated from StarMix. Again, looking at the different diagnostics, looking at the proposed genotypes for different locations, for the different contributors, looking at the weights and just evaluating the overall data.
Now, did you perform or conduct any comparisons?
Yes.
And can you tell us about those?
Yes. So when I ran it through StarMix, like I said it was best described as 2 contributors, all which are suitable for comparison. Contributor number 1 was unknown male A. And then with that, I did comparisons to the different reference samples I had.
Now, what, if anything, did you note about contributor 1?
The conclusion for contributor 1 or just that it's an unknown male A?
Sure. So what, if any, conclusions, I guess I'll ask it that way, what, if any, conclusions did you make for contributor 1?
So when I went through and I did the comparisons, comparing it to Jesse Caneiro, Jesse Caneiro is identified as a source of the STR DNA profile of unknown male A.
Now, was a statistic reached for Jesse Caneiro?
Yes, it either met or exceeded our source attribution threshold, which is 1 in 8 trillion. And that statistic was generated and it's in part of my case file.
If I showed you that part of your case file, could you give us the specific statistic?
Sure.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S494. I'm showing counsel. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is the statistic I generated for 6-1-4-1 C1, contributor 1, compared to Jesse Caneiro, C18-10138, number 2. Again, I recognize it because it has our laboratory number for this case, C18-10139, and also my signature at the top.
Okay. And even though Jesse Caneiro reached source attribution, what, if you could tell us what the statistic was for that?
Sure. The actual statistic calculated was 1 in 2.73 septillion.
Thank you. Now, what, if any, other comparisons were made with regard to that sample and the other the reference samples that you had?
Comparison to Paul Caneiro, H1, which was hypothesis 1. Paul Caneiro and 1 unknown individual are the contributors, and hypothesis 2, H2, 2 unknown individuals are the contributors. The DNA profile is approximately 53 billion times more likely to occur if H2 is true rather than if H1 is true. Therefore, there is very strong support that Paul Caneiro is not a contributor to the mixture.
And how about the next comparison that you made?
Sorry, one quick thing. So in New Jersey State Police, when we issue our likelihood ratios, we actually report out the unified likelihood ratio that's generated in our StarMix reports. So the unified is actually taking into account unrelated individuals and related individuals, and that's what's reported out in our case files.
Thank you. All right, now what is the next comparison that you made?
Comparison to Jennifer Caneiro. H1, Jennifer Caneiro, and one unknown individual are the contributors. Or H2, two unknown individuals are the contributors. Assuming two contributors, a likelihood ratio of 0 was calculated, which excludes Jennifer Caneiro as a possible contributor to the mixture.
Okay, and did you make any other comparisons?
Yes. Comparison to Sophia Caneiro. H1, Sophia Caneiro, and one unknown individual are the contributors. Or H2, two unknown individuals are the contributors. A likelihood ratio of 1.0 in favor of H2 was calculated, which falls within the laboratory's uninformative range. Therefore, no conclusions will be reached concerning Sophia Caneiro as a contributor to the mixture.
And just so we're clear, when we're talking about these comparisons, are you comparing it to the second person in the mixture?
We're comparing it to the mixture itself.
Okay. And what was the next comparison that you did after that?
Comparison to Keith Caneiro. Keith Caneiro and one unknown individual are the contributors, and H2, two unknown individuals are the contributors. The DNA profile is approximately 440,000 times more likely to occur if H2 is true rather than if H1 is true. Therefore, there is strong support that Keith Caneiro is not a contributor to the mixture.
And what's the final comparison that you made?
A comparison to Sean Edson. H1 is Sean Edson and one unknown individual are the contributor. H2, two unknown individuals are the contributors. Assuming two contributors, a likelihood ratio of 0 was calculated, which excludes Sean Edson as a possible contributor to the mixture.
Thank you. Now I'd like to refer you to the other sample that you performed DNA testing on in your report, specifically 41-1-1. Can you just remind us, what is that?
That is a portion of the scraping of the inside of collar of a shirt.
And what, if anything, did you do with regard to generating a DNA profile from this sample?
This sample underwent the 4-step process in the laboratory. Again, an electrophoregram was generated at the end of that 4-step process, which I evaluated, looked to see if it's good quality, if it's sufficient for StarMix, also determined number of contributors.
Was it sufficient for StarMix?
Yes.
And did you run it through StarMix?
Yes, I did.
What, if any, comparisons did you make?
Again, I compared it to all of the references that were submitted.
And can you tell us the conclusions of those comparisons?
Sure. First, the SCR DNA profile is best described as two contributors, all of which are suitable for comparison. Comparison to Paul Caneiro. H1, Paul Caneiro, and one unknown individual are the contributors, and H2, two unknown individuals are the contributors. The DNA profile is approximately 110 million times more likely to occur if H1 is true rather than if H2 is true. Therefore, there is very strong support that Paul Caneiro is a contributor to the mixture.
And just to be clear, we're talking about the collar scrapings that you described earlier from the shirt 41-1-1.
Yes.
What other comparisons did you make in this case?
Comparison to Jennifer Caneiro. H1, Jennifer Caneiro, and one unknown individual are the contributors. H2, two unknown individuals are the contributors. The DNA profile is approximately 24,000 times more likely to occur if H2 is true rather than if H1 is true. Therefore, there is strong support that Jennifer Caneiro is not a contributor to the mixture.
What was the next comparison that was done with regard to the sample?
Comparison to Jesse Caneiro. Jesse Caneiro and one unknown individual are the contributors, or H2, two unknown individuals are the contributors. The DNA profile is approximately 400 million times more likely to occur if H2 is true rather than if H1 is true. Therefore, there is very strong support that Jesse Caneiro is not a contributor to the mixture.
And what was the next comparison you made?
Comparison to Sophia Caneiro. H1, Sophia Caneiro, and one unknown individual are the contributors. H2, two unknown individuals are the contributors. A likelihood ratio of 77 in favor of H1 was calculated, which falls within the laboratory's uninformative range. Therefore, no conclusions will be reached concerning Sophia Caneiro as a contributor to the mixture.
How about the next one?
Comparison to Keith Caneiro. H1, Keith Caneiro and one unknown individual are the contributors. H2, two unknown individuals are the contributors. Assuming two contributors, a likelihood ratio of 0 was calculated, which excludes Keith Caneiro as a possible contributor to the mixture.
And what was the final comparison that was done with regard to the sample?
There was a comparison to Sean Edson. H1, Sean Edson and one unknown individual are the contributors. H2, two unknown individuals are the contributors. Assuming two contributors, a likelihood ratio of 0 was calculated, which excludes Sean Edson as a possible contributor to the mixture.
You mentioned the uninformative range. Can you just explain what that is?
Yes. We have the verbal scale of the laboratory. It's issued on our reports. It's on page 5 of my report. That's just a verbal qualifier for the statistic. If the likelihood ratio falls in between 1 and 999, that is our uninformative range in the laboratory, and therefore we can't make conclusions.
And then further.
Cross.
I heard you say something and I didn't quite understand it, so I just wanted to make sure that I had it right. You said that the state police lab, when you were talking about the likelihood ratio, and you wanted to bring up a point, and you said our lab does a unified LR. It takes into consideration both related and unrelated individuals?
Yes.
Okay. What did you mean by that?
So likelihood ratios, when we used to do it prior, using our mathematical spreadsheet that we had, our worksheet, our likelihood ratios were previously based on unrelated individuals. So as part of our conclusions, we'd always state and make sure that unrelated individuals was in our conclusions. Now with StarMix, it generates the unrelated, but then it also calculates the various relationship likelihood ratios. All that is taken into account for the unified likelihood ratio. So therefore, the unified likelihood ratio is what we report, which includes related and unrelated individuals.
I got you. And you said the state police does that.
Yes.
And you're saying, obviously, that's where you're employed currently.
Yes.
And you're not. That's a function that's part of the StarMix testing that the state police does, right?
I believe StarMix calculates the relationship no matter what, but I think it's up to the individual laboratory if they want to report out the unrelated or unified.
Gotcha. Okay. So StarMix, like you said, it is a computer program. It's software that assists you in DNA interpretation.
Yes.
It isn't. Well, it isn't like a DNA test itself, right?
Correct. It's not lab work or anything like that. It's based on the data that's generated from that 4-step process.
It doesn't swab things. It doesn't take samples. It doesn't extract DNA, right?
No.
And it doesn't amplify the DNA.
No.
It doesn't. Basically, after the lab has done things to extract and amplify DNA, that sample could be suitable for submission to StarMix.
Correct.
Okay. Now, StarMix doesn't actually observe biological material, right? It doesn't look at cells or blood or saliva or things like that.
No, it's looking at the DNA profile that's generated from the lab work.
Right. So what it's really looking at is numerical data.
It's looking at all the data that's generated, yes. The allele peak heights, stutter, yes, all that.
And all those things are, in some fashion, input into it, so it's able to look at that, right?
Yes, so the data, like I said, once it's done in the electrophoregram, we get that data straight from the CE run, and that data is inputted in based on the biological results.
Mm-hmm. Now, obvious to say, but just so it's on the record here. StarMix in and of itself, it doesn't determine it. It doesn't do anything to determine how DNA was deposited on an item, right?
Correct.
And it can't tell you how long DNA's been on an item, right?
Correct.
It can't tell you why or who deposited it initially, right?
Correct.
What it does essentially is compare hypotheses about a contributor versus a hypothesis about an unknown contributors, and tries to determine the likelihood of either being greater.
Correct. The likelihood of either hypothesis.
Now, is primarily used for complex DNA samples. Would that be fair to say?
It's used for all samples at the laboratory, even some single source samples.
Right. I mean, now it is. So
Yes.
it's. I think it's becoming probably routine for state police lab to use it, even if it's not a complex mixture. Right.
It's always been like that, yes.
Okay. Now, it relies on probability theory to output the results that it gives you, right?
Correct. We're putting in the number of contributors, we're doing the comparisons to different references, and it's comparing those two hypotheses.
Right. And obviously the two hypotheses or the propositions, one proposition that you're inputting to it is typically going to include a proposition that the person of interest is included in the sample, right?
Yes, when we're doing our comparison, like I said, we're comparing based on the profile. Is the comparison that's person part of the mixture or a contributor or an unknown?
Mm-hmm. And the likelihood ratio is a comparison of those competing hypotheses. It's not a conclusion about a person being a contributor to the mixture.
Well, the likelihood ratio will support inclusion or exclusion, and you get that numerical value, and then we have that verbal qualifier.
Right. So the verbal qualifier is some support for a proposition, strong support, very strong support for the proposition.
Yes.
That's the verbal scale you're talking about, right?
Yes.
When it came to Jesse, for example, you were able to do source attribution regarding that 6-1 item that you've attributed as that sample was contributed by Jesse Caneiro, right?
Yes.
And that was you didn't it exceeded the threshold for which you can do source attribution, but the prosecutor asked you what the statistic would have been or what it was calculated as, and it was in excess of a septillion.
Correct.
Right? And so a septillion, I think I did this right, is like 27 zeros.
I think it's 24 zeros.
Maybe, yeah. Okay, let's call it 24. And then, but for Paul on that 41-1, the likelihood ratio you got there was 110 million, right?
That is, yes, so it's a likelihood, I believe that was the statistic. It's a likelihood ratio compared to a random match probability. So the likelihood ratio, I believe, was in support of H1.
Right. The hypothesis H1 was 110 million times more likely than H2.
In support of, yeah.
Right. And 110 million or 100 million has 8 zeros.
Correct.
Okay. So the software and the verbal scale is going to say the same thing about both of those numbers. The verbal scale is going to say a number with 24 zeros after it provides very strong support for a proposition, right?
Actually, no, the verbal scale is only for the likelihood ratios,
Well,
not for the random match probability, which is a completely different statistic.
well, is there something stronger than very strong support in the verbal scale?
Again, the verbal scale isn't meant for any of our random match probabilities. That verbal scale didn't start with our reports until we went online with StarMix.
Sure.
And we've been reporting out source attribution and random match probabilities for a long time.
Right. I'm just saying that the verbal scale goes, it looks to me like it
Can go higher than 1 million. And again, that likelihood ratio verbal qualifier is for our likelihood ratios.
Right. But that that number that's generated in terms of the statistic, it could be in the millions, but it could be in billions, right?
For a likelihood ratio or a random match?
For a likelihood ratio.
Yes,
Or it could be in the trillions, right?
I guess.
Now, okay, so the analyst, such as yourself, would have to decide certain things about what to tell StarMix in terms of the contributors to the mixture, right?
Yes, we have to determine the number of contributors.
If you take a look at the evidence and you think it's 2, you're going to put 2, right?
Yes,
If you think it could be 3, you're going to put 3, right?
correct.
Now, the more contributors you have, the more complex the sample becomes, right?
Not necessarily.
If you believe that there's 3 contributors, the way that 3 people could contribute to a mixture is more varied than the way that 2 people could contribute to a mixture.
I guess, yeah.
I mean, that's a fact, right?
Well, yeah, it would depend on who's a major, who's a minor. Everybody's contributing the same amount.
Right, but you don't know any of those things prior to doing the testing, right? And the sample, there's no rules that come with the sample that say that the minor contributor has to contribute a certain amount, and the major contributor has to contribute a certain amount. The sample just is what the sample is, right?
Correct.
And sometimes we see that obviously there can be allele sharing amongst parents, right? A child can get an allele at a location from the same one from both parents, right?
Yes.
And that's a situation where if we just look at that in the abstract, we're going to see one allele at a location, but it's actually because it was contributed the same way by both parents. Could be, right?
I guess, yeah.
Okay. I don't think that was very clear. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
So the thing is that certain determinations that need to be made by the analyst, one of them being how many contributors. And does the analyst also determine which peaks potentially are included for StarMix's consideration?
What do you mean by which peaks?
Well, like in a traditional like electropharogram, right? There's peaks within that. Some of them might meet the lab's protocols for consideration. Some might not.
Oh, no, the whole profile in and of itself just gets uploaded into the software.
And the software can determine if something is below the analytical threshold for the laboratory.
If it's below the analytical threshold, it's not on the electropharogram, it's not called at all.
Okay, so it's not in there. Okay, I got you. Now, 2 analysts, right, I suppose it's possible, might come to a different conclusion about something such as the number of contributors.
Correct.
And one analyst might think there were 2, but another could think there were 3, maybe simple, right?
Correct.
Now, if analyst number 1 thinks it's 2, and they input that information into StarMix, they're going to get a different result than the analyst who input the 3-person mixture hypothesis into StarMix, right?
I guess it depends on the mixture in itself. If there's still like a clear major, most likely that major will still get called as it is. The minors might get called differently because StarMix will be trying to put in more people in a 3-person mixture than a 2-person mixture.
Mm-hmm. Right. But the various ways that StarMix might interpret a 3-person versus a 2-person mixture, we couldn't really say because we're not really able to do all the computations that StarMix does, right?
I mean, it can be done by people, but no. I mean, it's too much calculations for us to do ourselves, so yeah. the
Right.
software does it.
Like it has to consider too many possibilities. It considers more possibilities than we can really practically consider, right?
Yes, when you start adding your contributors, again, if you have 3 contributors versus 2, it's going to take into account more various possibilities based on the data that's there.
Right. because you were saying kind of comparing it to GPS. You used to look at the map, now you look at the GPS, right?
Yes.
Now, there might be like 3 ways for you to get to this courthouse, say, right? But StarMix is not. It's not really the difference between a map and a GPS in the sense of the number of possibilities it considers, because StarMix can consider millions of possibilities.
Yes, it goes through and it evaluates the data, comes up with most possible or possible genotypes, and starts giving weights to those genotypes for those different contributors.
Right. And StarMix, you can look at what it produces, right? And you can see if after that output you believe it makes sense, right?
Correct.
But StarMix makes determinations within that software. StarMix makes determinations about who is a major and a minor within a sample, right?
Yes.
And StarMix can also, in terms of the reports it produces, it does component interpretation, right, for major and minor contributors.
For like C1 and C2, contributor 1, contributor 2, yes.
Yes. And it actually, within that, it creates, StarMix could state within that component interpretation that there's several possibilities for a given locus and how the major contributor contributed, but it might weight those differently, right?
Yes, it's various allele or proposed genotypes from the analysis and given a weight for that.
Okay. And StarMix, in terms of a major contributor, might typically choose in a given allele the interpretation that it's weighted most heavily, right?
Some of them, yes, can get weighted heavily, yes.
But StarMix doesn't automatically choose the allele combination that it weights the most heavily, right?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, so let's say at, I don't know, at the location D13, S317, StarMix sees an 1112 and weights that as 97.34%, right?
Okay.
Now, I would imagine that's a situation where it's very likely that StarMix is going to say it believes that those are likely to be the alleles that were contributed by the major at that location.
Based on the data and based on the analysis, yes, it came up with that weight of 97-something%.
Right. But StarMix isn't always able to weight things that heavily, right?
Correct.
And sometimes the best StarMix can do at a given locus, it could be 20%, it could be 15%, right?
Again, it would depend on the data, and if you're starting to look at those minor contributors, because there might be dropout happening, or there might be allele stacking.
Right.
Yes.
I mean, that's one of the things that StarMix is good at, though, and the reason why it's used is because it can consider all those possibilities simultaneously.
Yes.
And it keeps it all in its mind, so to speak, at the same time, right? And that's the thing that a human being can't do, right?
I definitely can keep all that in my mind.
Well, it's for computers,
Yes.
right? And a computer is needed to keep that much data information in consideration at the same moment, right?
Correct.
So in terms of the results that it outputs results, and you can check it against your interpretation of things. But we can't really check its work. We can't really ask the software, why did you produce the results that you produced, right?
Meaning, why did we produce why are those the assigned weights? Or?
Why are they assigned? Why did you make a choice about who assigning a certain allele to a major versus a minor contributor, things of that nature?
Well, again, some of that is intuitive as an analyst looking at that data and then looking at the StarMix report.
Sure, but you can't have a conversation with the software about why it's doing what it's doing.
No.
And, I think it's important to distinguish perhaps that what we're talking about is not like an AI program, right?
Correct.
It's just a traditional software program and it's not a language model. It doesn't have it. There is no back and forth kind of iteration or conversation between you and the program, right?
Correct. It's all based on mathematical calculations.
Right. Now, obviously, because of that, star mix depends on it's working appropriately. Depends on it being set up correctly, right?
Yes.
And it depends on the user understanding how the software operates, right?
Yes, having some knowledge of that, yes.
And it's going to be the most effective when the assumptions about an item of evidence that are input into it are correct, right?
Yes.
If incorrect assumptions are used, then the output that it gives could be misleading, right?
If the input is incorrect, meaning like an artifact is left in, or, I mean, yes, that could
Right.
affect the data.
Or number of contributors, right?
Yes, if number of contributors, if you're running it and there are diagnostics that you can look at to go back and reevaluate your data.
You mentioned the thing about StarMix having this unified, you can do this unified look at it where you're considering both relatedness and unrelated individuals.
Yes.
Right? But as a general proposition, would you agree that related individuals obviously share more of their DNA with one another than unrelated individuals do, right?
It depends on the relationship between individuals in a family, but yes, but there's plenty of times where strangers share the same amount of similar, or the same alleles, rather.
Okay. Yeah, we should talk about that. It's not as if, when we're looking at these locations, right, where the genetic testing matters, and we're looking at the alleles along those 23 or so locations, right? First of all, we're doing that because those are the areas where it's been determined that there's a high amount of differentiation among individuals, right?
Correct.
And high enough that with the right amount of data, we can basically determine whether somebody is potentially the source of biological material left unentitled, right?
Correct.
But even though that's the case, we would anticipate that unrelated people, strangers, even amongst those alleles that we look to for differentiation, strangers over those 23 locations are going to share a certain amount of data with one, right?
It's completely random that they might have the same alleles or not. Yep.
And do you have any idea, or do you have a thought about how much the average person is likely to share in terms of those 23 alleles with the stranger?
No, and it depends on the people. It can vary from person to person, just depends on your profile.
Sure. I mean, on an individual case, but I'm just saying in terms of people in general. No. Okay. Obviously, when we're talking about siblings, we're going to assume or imagine that siblings are going to share more of their data, their DNA, than just unrelated strangers, right?
Yes, siblings in theory should share 25%, meaning they have the same profile or same alleles at those locations. About 50% of the time, they might share just one allele with their sibling. And the other 25% of the time, they're different than their sibling.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, would it be fair to say that on average, we would anticipate that siblings who have the same parent, both same biological parents, would share about 50% of their DNA with each other?
Yeah, I guess that's fair to say, whether it's an exact share or half of it, yes.
Obviously, that can vary, right? Siblings could be full siblings and share less than 50% of their DNA, right?
Yes.
And siblings can be full siblings and share more than 50% of their DNA.
Yes.
But because you get half your DNA from your mother and half your DNA from your father, right? It's reasonable to say that in general, 50% would be the average relatedness between siblings.
I think based on, like I said, that 25, you would expect about 25% of the time it's an exact match, meaning both alleles match it for each sibling. And about 50% of the time you would have about one allele matching at all those locations between siblings.
But siblings could be more, they could share more alleles than just 50% of the tested alleles, right?
Yes, they can share a lot or not share as much as you would expect, yes.
And identical twins share 100%?
Identical twins have the same STR profile.
So anywhere you tested an identical twin, they're going to look the same in terms of the profile as their twin, right?
Yes.
But siblings who are not identical twins, well, by the way, did you happen to see, or how many of the tested alleles, in this case, there are where Paul Caneiro matches Keith Caneiro?
No.
You did. And if I told you it was about 70%, would that be a surprising number or unsurprising?
No.
No.
I mean, like we just said, they can share more sometimes with siblings or not share at all. Or not share that much, I should say.
Right. Obviously, 70% would be a significant amount more than 50%, right?
It's larger, yeah.
And obviously 70% though is a level of overlap that you wouldn't expect to see between unrelated individuals, right?
I think that's fair enough.
And siblings can commonly differ at several loci, if not many loci, right?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that seeing an overlap at 21 out of 23 loci reflects a strong genetic relationship between two individuals?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, sure. An overlap in terms of the same alleles being present at 21 out of 23 loci, right?
Like fully the same exact alleles, like 11, 12, 11, 12? Or do you mean like 11, 12, 11, 11? And the 11 is overlapping?
The second.
The second? No. I mean, if you, again, as siblings, you can share that much information. Like I said, 25% of the time estimated, you share exact, so 11, 12, 11, 12. About 50% of the time, you share that one allele, an 11, 12, or an 11, 11.
Right.
But there are differences even at those locations where they share one allele.
Sure. Obviously, the overlap, it doesn't mean that the profiles are going to look identical or be indistinguishable, right? That's not meant to suggest that. But obviously, the degree of overlap is something that you'd expect to see far more often among siblings than unrelated people, right?
I would expect it, yeah.
Okay.
All right, we're going to take a break now. I'm watching everybody. It's time. If we could just move we're going to take our mid-afternoon break. We'll start back up at 10 minutes after 3. Don't discuss this case. Don't do any research. I saw you.
We're very halfway up.
Thank you, though. All right. Mr. Murray, whenever you're ready. Thank you.
So, ma'am, we had been talking before about item 41-1-1. It was the shirt collar right?
The scraping.
And the scraping, and that's the one where the hypothesis H1 was more likely than H2, right?
In which comparison?
In 41-1-1, where you said the DNA profile is 110 million times more likely to occur if H1 is true rather than H2.
But there are multiple likelihood ratios and comparisons made, so
Right.
which comparison, which reference sample?
That was the reference sample, Paul Caneiro versus Paul Caneiro, one unknown individual versus two unknown individuals.
Yes.
Okay. And then there's an interpretation report that StarMix generated regarding that testing. Is that right?
Yes, every StarMix run generates an interpretation report.
Okay, so that interpretation report is actually, who creates that? Do you create that or does StarMix create that?
That is created by StarMix.
Okay, so the contributor degradation curves, those graphs are created by StarMix?
Yes, based on the data.
And then anything about stutter variance or back stutter, that's all created by StarMix, right?
Yes.
You don't have input into the generation of those reports, right?
Yes, again, it's created by StarMix based on the mathematical calculations.
Sure. The summary of likelihood ratios, that's created by StarMix.
Yes.
And the per locus likelihood ratio report, that's created by StarMix,
Yes,
right?
that's all calculated by StarMix.
The component interpretation in terms of contributor 1 and contributor 2, that's all created by StarMix.
Yes.
The weight attributed to each one is created by StarMix.
Yes.
The component that it finds greater than or equal to 99% at each locus, if it finds that, is created by StarMix.
Yes, all the weights assigned to those genotypes, yes.
The component interpretation summary, where it analyzes contributor 1 versus contributor 2, that's created by StarMix.
I'm sorry, what is it?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
This is, I marked this as G132. I don't know, maybe there's a different, I'm going to approach you guys with 132.
Okay.
Maybe there's a different name for this. I was referring to this.
Yes, so there's just a summary of what was done, or what was compiled previously. If it was able to determine the genotype at that location, it's noted there.
Okay.
And if not, it gets noted as F if it's unknown.
Okay. And that also is created by StarMix?
Yes.
Then there's a section of this report, page 10 and 11, evidence input files. And also we see that there's, the report references reference samples that the program considered, right?
Yes, and that's, again, all based on the data. So the input file is based on the electropherogram, that data from the CE run, that gets uploaded into into StarMix. And then also any reference samples that are compared, that's on the summary as well.
But all this output, this 15-page report, the things that are generated within the report, all of this is generated by StarMix itself, right?
Yes, that report is generated by StarMix.
And StarMix, based on the information it receives, it engages in modeling and statistical interpretation. It comes up with the results that it provides for a given sample of evidence, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when we're talking about 41-1-1, what we know about that is the assumption that was provided to StarMix was that there were two contributors to the mixture, right?
Correct.
And when you're the one obviously who made that assumption for StarMix, right?
Yes, based on the data, I felt it was best explained as a mixture of two contributors.
When you made that determination, you were aware that the reference samples that you had for Jennifer Caneiro, Sophia Caneiro, Jesse Caneiro, Keith Caneiro, and for Paul Caneiro, you knew that these reference samples related to individuals who were amongst themselves related to one another, right?
Yes.
And you said that the testing is able to consider both related and unrelated individuals in outputting the statistic, right?
Yes, we report out the unified likelihood ratio.
But you can only put together a likelihood ratio based on propositions regarding the presence of people for whom you're able to test, right? If you don't have my profile, you're never going to be able to generate a likelihood ratio to say whether or not I'm a contributor to a mixture, right?
Correct.
Without my profile, you can't make any statements about the likelihood of my contributing or not contributing, right?
Correct. There is that unrelated statistic, but again, we would need your reference sample to see if you're supported inclusion or supported exclusion.
Right. Now, if are you aware that Paul Caneiro and Keith Caneiro have another brother?
Objection. What is the relevance to this?
I'm going to allow it. Go ahead.
If there's another brother, right, a full sibling, Paul and Keith, whose DNA sample is not included in the testing, right? You're not able to make any statements about whether that person would be an inclusion or an exclusion at any of these on any of these tested items, right?
Well, in the StarMix report, there is a sibling likelihood ratio that's estimated that if it was a full sibling, but again, you would still need the reference sample to compare.
Right. Without the reference sample, nothing can be said about the hypothesis regarding likelihood of contribution, right?
Well, the likelihood, like I said, is there for a sibling, theoretically, but again, we would need that reference sample to do the comparison.
Right. And if, would you agree with me that regarding the component interpretation that StarMix did on 41-1-1, that was what I just showed you before, that it believes that there's, as to contributor 1, that contributor 1 only has alleles that from which data can be interpreted at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 locations?
I don't have it in front of me, but
Okay.
if there's numbers at 5 locations, then yes.
Okay. And would you agree with me that Paul, in terms of these testable locations in the reference files for Paul and Keith, that Paul matches Keith in a much larger percentage of these locations than he might appear or his alleles might appear in this component interpretation?
I'm sorry, are you talking about the profile compared from Paul to Keith?
Yeah.
And that
Yeah.
they share, I think you said earlier about 70%, whether
Right.
it's one allele that they share or the same 2 alleles they share?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so then what's your question?
My question is, I guess, that Paul shares more alleles, without a doubt, than with Keith, than we see alleles present that correspond with Paul on this item 41-1-1.
Yes, 41-1-1 was a partial profile, so it was already only half the locations, if that, we got results at.
Okay, I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Redirect.
Just quickly, one question. On item 41-1-1, where you have a likelihood ratio supporting inclusion for Paul Caneiro,
Yes.
you were able to exclude his brother Keith Caneiro from there?
Yes, Keith was excluded. Thank you.
Any further?
Anything else?
Just to clarify, Keith was excluded in this particular instance based on the Star Mix's interpretation, right?
Keith was excluded from the mixture, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm not sure that answered the question, though. So that we all understand, he asked you if it was excluded because of Star Mix, and you just said he was excluded from it. Is it from Star Mix, or is it from your own interpretation?
Yes, sorry, Your Honor. It is from Star Mix. A likelihood ratio of 0 was calculated, which is an exclusion.
Okay. If anybody has a follow-up based upon that, I just want to make sure that I understood what the answer was for the jurors.
Nothing from the state judge.
Okay. You can step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I see counsel, please? Ladies and gentlemen, before I say what I'm going to say, I'm going to go back on my word for a minute. I apologize, but I feel that I should, and this is just coming from me. Because there were so many questions about Star Mix and the information and how it was relied upon, or however you're going to decide, what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to read the expert charge again, just because in the abundance of caution, I just want to remind you of this charge. As a general rule, witnesses can only testify to facts known by them. This rule ordinarily does not permit to be received as evidence the opinion of a witness who is not testifying as an expert. However, an exception to this rule exists in the case of an expert witness who may give their opinion as to any manner in which they are versed, which is material to the case. In legal terminology, an expert witness is a witness who has some special knowledge, skill, experience, or training that is not possessed by the ordinary juror, and who thus may be able to provide assistance to the jury in understanding the evidence presented and determine the facts in this case. You are not bound by such expert's opinion, but you should consider the opinion and give it the weight to which you deem it is entitled, whether that be great or slight, or you may reject it. In examining an expert's opinion, you may consider the reasons given for it, if any, and you may also consider the qualifications and credibility of the expert. It is always within the special function of the jury to determine whether the facts on which the answer or testimony of an expert is based actually exist. The value or weight of the opinion of the expert is dependent upon and is no stronger than the facts on which it is based. In other words, the probative value of the opinion will depend upon whether, from all of the evidence in the case, you find those facts are true. You may, in fact, determine from the evidence in this case that the facts that form the basis of the opinion are true, not true, or true in part. And in light of such findings, you should decide what effect such determination has upon the weight to be given to the opinion of the expert. Your acceptance or rejection of the expert opinion will depend, therefore, to some extent on your finding as to the truth of the facts relied upon. You and you alone are the sole fact finders in this case. You must be persuaded solely by the evidence presented at trial when determining whether the state has satisfied its burden. As the sole judges of the facts, you are to determine the credibility of the various witnesses, as well as the weight to be afforded to their testimony, to determine whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt all the elements of the crimes charged. So again, that applies to all four of our witnesses today, but I just want to, out of an abundance of caution, just to read that again. So ladies and gentlemen, we actually have concluded with our witnesses for today. I do want to tell you that Candidly, we are working at you may not think so, but I'm telling you that we're working at an extreme good pace, and we're way ahead of schedule, and I'll tell you more about that at some point. But I don't want you to think because I'm letting you go that you should be concerned about any things that you may have coming up in the future that I'm aware of. So I don't want you to worry about any of those things. We're moving at a good pace, and we're going to be just fine. I promise you that. And we're not supposed to promise, but I did it anyway. So with that being said, though, what I'm going to do is I'll have you back tomorrow, same time, same place. I hope you have a good night. Please don't discuss this case. Don't do any research, and we'll start back up tomorrow morning at 8:30. Thank you all. Have a good night. Okay, we can all be seated. Be seated. Okay, so a couple things. We just had a conference at Sidebar. There will be one stipulation that will be read. That will be done at the end of the state's case, and I'll read that in at that point in time. Both sides agreed to that. As it relates to how we're moving for the rest of the week, why don't I have counsel come up and we're going to talk as a sidebar for a minute before I say anything. Conference, I wanted to talk to the attorneys about scheduling for the week based upon where we are, just so that everyone in the courtroom knows what's going on. So we'll have testimony tomorrow and Wednesday. Thursday will now be the day off, and then we'll have testimony again on Friday, and then we'll start back up again next week. So that's the plan for the rest of the week. I've spoken to the attorneys about a couple issues that we have discussed as it relates to potentially moving some evidence at some point, and also for the jury charge, so that everyone's on notice of that. So I don't think there's anything else, but I'll just confirm on the record. Anything else from the state?
No, thank you, Judge.
All right, anything else from the defense?
No, Judge, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so everybody have a good night. Please be safe. I'll see you tomorrow morning, and we'll continue on.